Hey there. This video is designed for you to relax or fall asleep to. Please keep in mind that there are minimal ads in this video. Only 4 after the first 4 stories. The rest of the video will be ad-free. I'm very meticulous when creating these videos to ensure that there are no mistakes and you won't even hear me take a breath. Your experience is very important to me, and I really hope you enjoy your time here. When you have so many other choices, thank you for choosing to be here. Now, let's begin. This happened to me a couple of months ago now, but when it first happened, given how crazy it was, it took me a few weeks to collect myself enough to tell this story. It's relevant for me to tell you up front that I'm a military veteran, and I have PTSD and anxiety, as well as a pretty bad case of depression that I'm currently in my 3rd year of. I have read that CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, can massively improve PTSD symptoms and in turn help to reduce anxiety. So I have been trying various techniques at home. The problem there is, my wife and I live in a small 2-bedroom ground floor flat with an upstairs neighbor with absolutely no concept of other people. A jock douchebag type who's a personal trainer, but he trains at home too, 'cause gains. You know, the kind of guy whose only 2 topics of conversation are protein powder and steamed rice. I'm sure you can imagine the type. With that being a constant issue, meditation and quiet mindfulness are just not possible with the constant noise. My solution to this was to do my normal routine during the day, but take advantage of my insomnia later on, at around 2300. I would put on my coat and my shoes, and as we live near the beach, I figured I could walk to the beach now that there's pretty much no people around, walk on the sand and be mindful to the sounds of the ocean. Sounds nice, doesn't it? It was the first 2 times, but you know what they say, the 3rd time's the charm. The walk to the beach from my home isn't that far, maybe a little over half a mile, but once I got there, I would walk to the very end of the beach until you reached the cliffs where there is a World War II artillery gun turret, which was another half mile-ish. Sometimes I would walk the path up the cliff to the gun and stare out into the blackness of the midnight ocean, which was only broken by the occasional flash of light from the lighthouse. I would sit and listen to the waves crashing against the cliffs. Sometimes I would close my eyes and just concentrate on nothing but that sound. I felt safe there, knowing I was alone, just me and the ocean. Usually before I turned tail and head home, I would walk down to a small row of benches. They are all marked with plaques in remembrance of someone who also came and enjoyed the view, although I imagine they came during the day. The benches are close to an old pub that was shut down years ago, and I had heard the place used to get used as a dogging site or a brothel or something back in the day. So when I saw vehicle headlights coming towards the pub, I figured it was some young lads trying to catch potential doggers at it. I sat on the bench and waited for the car to pass me, but as it rounded a bend in the road further up, I was momentarily lit up by the headlights. The headlights of the vehicle went off immediately, and the car went off-road and out of sight for a moment. At this point, I was fully alert and a bit cautious, so I dropped to one knee and ducked behind the bench I had been sitting on. The vehicle drove past me. It was only maybe 40 feet from me, and as the lighthouse illuminated the vehicle, I could now see it was an old beat-up Land Rover kind of vehicle, with crappy camo paint on the wings. At that moment, someone popped out of the top of the vehicle with a scoped rifle and a big torch. In that instant, in my head I was back in Iraq, and my senses felt razor sharp. I dropped onto my belt buckle and crawled into a patch of long grass adjacent to the benches. Then I got in position where I could see them, but they couldn't see me. The guy with the rifle shone his torch at the exact bench I had been sitting on, then the others, searching for me. He started looking all around him through the scope, looking for where I might have gone. My heart was pounding so hard, I felt as if I could hear it. I held my sleeve over my mouth to muffle the sound of my breathing, but more importantly, to try and hide the condensation of my breath. The vehicle started to move to get a better view of the benches, so I started slowly crawling towards the main road, as not only is there a row of houses, but an old stone bus stop I could take hard cover in if they saw me and opened fire. After about 5 minutes of hiding in the long grass, it started to rain, and they were still clearly looking for me, but were now about 150 feet away. The guy with the rifle was scanning around with his eye down the scope, so I waited until he was looking away for me to seize my moment and run for cover. I pushed my hands hard into the wet dirt to launch myself onto my feet. Then I sprinted towards the bus stop while throwing some zigs and zags in there, just in case they had seen me. Luckily they hadn't, and I was now far enough away that I could take out my phone and call the police. They were there with a riot van and a squad car in about 10 minutes, and as I was talking to the officers in the van, they spotted the gunner's vehicle and took off after them. The officers in the squad car stayed behind to talk to me. The rain was coming down in sheets by now. They asked me if I was absolutely sure it was a rifle, and I told them yes, I was 100%, no doubt in my mind at all. The officers both looked at each other and then one of them asked, "And what exactly is your experience with firearms?" I told them I was ex-Army and I've seen my fair share of all kinds of firearms. They then asked me what I was doing there after midnight, which is a pretty fair question to be honest. I explained that quite ironically, I was taking a mindfulness walk to ease my PTSD symptoms. They were satisfied with that explanation, if not somewhat amused, and told me that the armed response unit was en route. I asked if they needed me to stay behind and make a statement, but the officers told me not to bother waiting around, because they most likely wouldn't need to take a statement beyond the call I made. And also, it was pissing down with rain, so I should get home and get dry. It was over, but I still felt super wired, and my heart was still thumping hard in my chest. I started the walk home, and when I was about halfway there, a police helicopter buzzed overhead and settled over the area where I'd been sitting on the benches, with the searchlight going. It was right then, it hit me like a shotgun to the chest. That happened. That was real. And it was here. My head started swimming. My heart was pounding twice as hard now, and my legs felt like jelly. And my lungs felt glitchy. I couldn't breathe properly. I dropped to my knees, crying in the street in the pouring rain, the only light coming from a nearby street lamp with a flickering bulb. I was gasping for breath, thoughts flashing in my head, thinking that if I had stayed still, if I hadn't hunched behind the bench, if I had done any number of things differently, or hadn't, then I could have gurgled my last breath alone in the dark in the cold, wet dirt, and my wife would be none the wiser till the following day. I have no idea if they were even there for me, and if they were, how could they know I would be there? I had been twice before, I suppose. It's not like there's animals to hunt there beyond foxes. But why hunt foxes from a vehicle with a rifle and a torch at midnight? Anyway, I am not ashamed to say that that experience terrified me. I guess my army training helped me stay alert to stay hidden, but I don't really know. I don't go walking at night anymore, and I have the occasional nightmare about the whole thing. On December 17, 1938, 19-year-old college graduate Margaret Martin left her home in Kingston, Pennsylvania to meet with an unknown man who offered her a potential secretarial job. When she failed to return, Martin's family reported her missing and began a search of the surrounding area. 4 days later, her body was discovered in the wilderness around 20 miles away. There were few clues as to her killer's identity, except the owner of a sawmill reported interrupting an unknown trespasser, and police believe this is where the murder occurred. Witnesses came forward with a description of a man seen with Martin around the time of her disappearance, but no one has ever been arrested and charged in connection with her murder. At the beginning of December 1938, Margaret Martin graduated with honors from Wilkes-Barre Business College. having attended classes to gain secretarial skills to find work as a stenographer. A former classmate, Betty Hopkins, described her as a shy, studious, friendly girl who had many friends, and she was well liked within the community of Kingston in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. Her parents raised Margaret and her siblings as devout Catholics, and her father, John Martin, was a coal mine foreman and member of the local Democratic Committee. The Martins had 4 children, of which 19-year-old Margaret was the eldest, and included 17-year-old Mary, 15-year-old Helen, and 12-year-old Jack. Margaret Martin was contacted the Saturday morning of December 17, 1938, by an unknown man who offered her a job. He explained he was setting up an insurance company and was in need of a qualified stenographer and had a suitable secretarial position available. He added that he had heard of her through the Wilkes-Barre Business College. Miss Martin was gleefully anticipating her first job since graduating college and looking forward to earning some money before the Christmas holidays, so she agreed to meet with the man at Kingston Corners, located not far from the Martin family home. When she left the house that morning to keep her appointment with the mysterious telephone caller, Margaret promised her parents she would return home immediately. It would be the last time they saw her alive. When she failed to appear by the evening, her worried family and friends contacted the police and reported her missing. During the investigation into her disappearance, police and volunteers conducted a search of the surrounding area. Several witnesses came forward with information pertinent to the case. Martin was seen the day of her disappearance in conversation with an unknown man and then getting into what was described as a black sedan or brown Plymouth. The description given of the man was vague, and he was believed to be a suave, neat, sandy-haired young man, slightly overweight and between the ages of 25 and 30 years old. None of the witnesses were able to identify the license plate of the car. There were numerous theories on what might have happened to Miss Martin, with some believing she had been kidnapped. The absence of a ransom note seemed to indicate that it was more likely she was either the victim of a sex maniac or had fallen victim to white slaver traders. The search failed to find any trace of her, and the publicity surrounding the disappearance was hampered because the local newspapers were on strike. On December 21, 1938, several days after she vanished, the body of Margaret Martin was discovered in the Wyoming County woodlands, around 25 miles from her home. 19-year-old Anthony Rezekowski was out trapping muskrats in the forested area when he made the grim discovery. As he places snares under a footbridge, he noticed a large burlap sack that had been partially submerged in 2 feet of shallow water in Keelersburg Creek, which was 8 miles from Tunkhannock. When he went to investigate further, he noticed the bag had been stitched with twine and one of the knots had slipped open, revealing a human arm. When he peeked inside, he saw the naked body of a young woman and immediately notified the police. It was soon identified as the body of Margaret Martin, and it was determined she had been dead for at least 24 hours. Tracks along the tiny Keelersburg Creek were blotted out by snow, and state troopers searched the immediate area looking for clues. The coroner concluded from the bruises to her neck that the cause of death was strangulation, but she suffered many other wounds. Her family was notified, and John Martin said of his daughter, "Our little girl fought for herself and died the pure girl she was," while her mother said, "She is with God today." Lieutenant Charles S. Cook headed a detail of the state police investigation into the murder and asserted the killer was apparently someone familiar with the Wyoming woodlands, who had driven a car to roughly 75 yards from the bridge, then carried the body to the spot where it was found. He reiterated this fact by saying, "Someone familiar with the territory placed the body in the creek, and it might not have been found for several years if the young man setting traps had not passed through the lonely section." Because of the remote location of the discovery and how the body was found, Lieutenant Cook was convinced that the murder took place somewhere else. The owner of a Forkston sawmill, James Kedd, reported finding a trespasser on his property and fired a warning shot in the intruder's direction, apparently scaring the man off. This incident occurred the day before Martin's body was discovered, and the sawmill was 12 miles from Keelersburg Creek. Police theorized the trespasser was the killer who murdered Martin inside the sawmill and then attempted to dismember her body and destroy it in the mill's firebox. Ashes were recovered from the sawmill boiler, and police were confident there would contain particles of clothing worn by Miss Martin, along with metal fragments believed to be a dress ornament. However, these were analyzed by a Wilkes-Barre chemist and found to contain only waste material. Major William Clark, the 3rd Squadron commander who headed the state police investigation, concluded that the sawmill theory had been almost eliminated, but more inquiries would be made. The only clues left with the body were the 2 burlap bags in which the body was found, a length of sash cord that had bound the body, and a gentleman's silk scarf, which had no identifying marks. On December 22nd, the Scranton Tribune predicted that the killer would be captured within the following 24 hours. The funeral of Margaret Martin was held on December 24th at St. Ignatius Church in Kingston, and hundreds of people were in attendance. Several plain-clothed officers were also present, working on the belief they might spot someone acting suspiciously. 4 days later, on December 28th, Pennsylvania State Senator Leo C. Mundy declared that he would introduce a bill at the next state legislature which would make sex crimes punishable by execution. It would also include the registration of all sex offenders and the requirement of all physicians, social and welfare workers, to report anyone who exhibited such tendencies. Senator Mundy was prompted to introduce this bill as a direct result of Margaret Martin's brutal murder. The Deputy Commissioner of the State Police, Colonel Cecil M. Wilhelm, predicted that the mystery of her death would someday be solved. The investigation explored many other avenues, including a suspicious vehicle seen parked at the mountain cabin on the night of the murder, which might have belonged to the killer, but was soon ruled out when the owner gave police a satisfactory explanation for his movements in the area. Further leads also led nowhere. A reported incident where a bundle of clothing thrown from a car near Orwigsburg was suspected to be the killer disposing of Martin's clothes, but proved to be unrelated. Officers' attempts to check a statement that a witness attributed to a Kingston man who allegedly said, "I'm going to make a date with that Martin girl or break my neck in the attempt," proved fruitless. By early 1939, most leads in the case either fizzled out or resulted in a dead end for detectives. The manhunt for the killer would continue, and by February 1939, many suspects were investigated and discounted. 2 men who attempted to attack a 16-year-old girl from Hanover Township in Luzerne County were questioned and cleared. Many locals had their theories on who the killer might be, such as a mortician from Wyoming County, a local assistant pastor, a businessman's son who left the area soon after the murder, a local teenager who had a crush on the victim, and a teacher at the Wilkes-Barre Business College who held an infatuation with Martin. The case was the most baffling mystery the local and state police had ever encountered. In June 1939, the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office announced there would be no request to Luzerne County Commissioners to offer a reward for the capture of the killer. However, it was disclosed that new clues had surfaced in the case, which might soon lead to the arrest of one of 2 suspects. He did not specify what those clues were, nor whether an arrest was imminent. Despite this promising development, nothing further was revealed, and no arrests were made. In September 1942, 21-year-old Orban Taylor of New York City confessed to Scranton police that he was responsible for the death of Margaret Martin. Taylor was formerly a resident of Wilkes-Barre and told investigators that he visited the area while serving in the U.S. Army. Despite his admission of guilt, Taylor was unable to reveal to detectives how he disposed of the victim's clothing, which had never been found. After more than 10 hours of questioning, the young man repudiated his confession. New York Detective Captain George W. Donaldson who was leading the investigation, explained that the military authorities at Fort J joined the investigation being conducted by the State Motor Police and the Federal Bureau of Investigation because Taylor had been dishonorably discharged from the Army. Although he denied murdering Miss Martin, he did confess to other crimes, including several robberies, a stabbing in New York, and of defrauding several hotels in Philadelphia, Newark, New Jersey, and Elizabeth, New Jersey. Subsequently, he was not charged with murder. In the decades after her murder, the circumstances of Margaret Martin's death are still unexplained, and her killer has never been brought to justice. Many of those who worked the case came to believe the man responsible must have been a local because of his knowledge of the area, while others suspect it might have been the work of a serial killer. Despite the advancement of forensic science techniques, the case remains unsolved. It was 2009. I'm in high school and I'm a male. I live in an island where most people live near the coast, but my childhood house is deep in the mountains. Imagine a house in the woods, but at the very top of the mountain. The house is surrounded by thick mist every night, like in a bad horror movie, and the woods around it start less than 2 feet from the outer walls of our house. Our closest neighbor is about a 15-minute drive, and 5 minutes away there's an abandoned house. There's no streetlights, and there are all kinds of animals roaming the area. This is important to the story, because even though you couldn't see a group of 10 people hiding 1 meter away from you in the woods, you could hear absolutely everything up to a couple kilometers away. If we saw car lights or heard a car approaching, my family and I would turn off the lights and hide. I don't know why. Shy, antisocial, whatever you want to call it. I think that's enough to set my story up, but I'll add a little bit more detail that might be important. My house is small, but our family car was a good one. I don't know much about cars, but my dad always says that without a really good car, we wouldn't be able to go up and down the mountain we lived in. Also, there's currently 8 people living inside our house. This happened one night at about 11 p.m. So I'm at the dining table enjoying some cereal while I watch some anime, having the time of my life. The lights in the house were on, so nothing could be seen in the darkness outside. There's a window in front of me that faces the front of the house and the road. Something calls my attention, but I don't hear or see anything. Suddenly, I think I slightly see a human silhouette outside, but it's not moving. So I just ignore it as some effect of the lights in the house, or maybe my own reflection. More anime, more cereal. Then, I think I see something moving at the other side of the window, and this time, the silhouette is waving at me. I felt my heart jump out of my chest and I froze. There was a person outside, waving at me. After maybe 10 seconds, in which I had just looked up with a spoon halfway to my mouth, he decides to call out, "Hello, I need help." My parents hear him and approach the window, which made me sure I wasn't looking at a ghost. The man outside starts telling a story about how his car was stolen and he needs help. My parents are surprised that nobody heard his footsteps, so they whisper their theories among themselves. For the mysterious guy's story to be true, he had to have been mugged more than a mile away, gotten his car stolen, and then walked for half an hour in the dark through the woods, following the dim light of our house. My parents still decide to believe him, and they offer to call the police. Our visitor begs to say the stupidest thing he could have. "Don't call the police. I don't have a gun." My parents stay silent for a while. The guy outside knows that he messed up, but proceeds to make his request. "Can I please get a ride downtown?" My dad nervously chuckles and gives him an excuse. He mentions the time, the fact that he felt the guy was lying and that he had already called the police. This is when my favorite part of the story begins. I stand up from the table, shaking. I go to a closet, and even though I can't see the guy's face, I know he's following my actions. I grab 2 machetes that are half my size and run to the other room, I was terrified, and looking back, I probably took away the only weapons my parents could have used to protect themselves in case of an altercation. I opened a door to the room where my siblings and I sleep, and they were watching some silly show. My sisters are loud, and my younger brothers are 4 years old, 7 years old, and 9 years old, so their laughs are angelical by day and demonic by night. I signal at them to shut up, and they do so, joining me and my parents in our fear. There's silence, and then suddenly we hear the guy say, "It's okay if you can't help me. I'll go to the next house." My dad replies, "There's no next house. You should wait for the police here." "I don't need the police. I'm good." This goes back and forth. The guy is now in good shape to walk an hour down the mountain to reach downtown. My dad offers a rusty metal tricycle from our porch so that he can go downtown, as a joke. The guy accepts this offer and grabs the tricycle. I assume he just wanted to leave with something. This tricycle is 20 years old, and it definitely doesn't work. And this guy definitely wouldn't be able to ride it even if it did. We hear the screeching of the tricycle for a couple seconds as the stranger struggled to be able to ride it and then stopped not too far away from the house. It seemed like he stopped, and we didn't hear any footsteps that indicated the guy had left. After trying to identify if he was still in sight, to no avail, my dad calls the police. We wait in silence, looking at the road from the front windows. 15 minutes later, the police finally arrive, and as soon as the red and blue lights show up, they illuminate the entire road up to the abandoned house. The tricycle is sitting by itself on the road not too far away. The police claim not seeing anyone on the road, so they just took a look at the woods with a flashlight and called it a night. The cops were clearly freaked out by the eerie look of our house and did not stay more than 5 minutes. Nothing else happened that night. I slept with 2 machetes under my bed, which I remember angered one of my sisters. We have no idea who this person was. No carjackings were reported the next day, and even though a lot of weird things happen around my house, we never saw this guy again. It's pretty obvious he was up to no good, but there were a few things that we could never understand. Where did he come from? Where did he go? If his story was true, he had the worst luck in the world. I think the situation was interesting because I think about his point of view and our horror night turns a bit comical. I mean, imagine this. You go rob a house. Turns out the people inside speak calmly. There's a scrawny, seemingly mute kid that tries to be sneaky and grabbing some huge machetes and then hides somewhere in the darkness of the house. Then you hear children's laughter coming from a room and then absolute silence. I think we were lucky, but probably out-creeped this creep that night. I don't see any other reason for this guy to back out of his plans. The guy clearly had a gun and bad intentions, not to mention his ability to ninja walk through a forest where we even hear wildcats walking around. Also, no neighbors witnessed or heard anything. I am sure some other person would have told this story better, but I gave it a shot. Obviously, I hope I never see this guy again, even though I wouldn't know if I did, because I never saw his face. I work at a spa here in my hometown, and I had recently left work one night 2 months ago. When I had left that morning, I realized I was low on gas, but because I was in a hurry to get to work on time, I figured I would just get some after my shift instead. So I am driving on my way to get gas, and I remembered that a gas station was recently built near my neighborhood, literally right next to the turn into my neighborhood entrance. I was happy because it was on my traveling route home, and that meant not having to spend extra time driving. I have never been to this gas station. Like I said earlier, it's a new gas station, and I usually swing by the Wawa that's kinda close to my work because of how cheap their gas is compared to other gas stations. However, it's difficult to get to because you have to cross traffic and wait forever at this one light. So that's why when I remembered there was a gas station near my neighborhood, I was happy, and I went there instead. When I pulled into the place, I was looking towards their gas pumps, trying to decide which one I was going to pull up to. While driving by the entrance to the gas station, I could see out of my peripheral, a man was walking out of the gas station. He looked up at my car, and because I don't have any tint on my windows, I am pretty sure he saw me. Whatever, no big deal, I thought. I pulled up to a pump, and I could hear this man, who was now walking towards the pump, and towards a car that was parked on the exact opposite side of the gas pump I decided to park and use. He was yelling out and looking in the direction of the car on the other side of me, so I just ignored it, and was getting my purse and keys together, getting ready to get out and walk into the gas station to pay. For whatever reason, I looked over and saw that the car was packed full of guys. Not little punk teenage kids, but like men in their late 20s, maybe early 30s. One in every seat, it looked like. I am not going to lie, it kind of freaked me out, because at the same time, I looked over and they were looking at me through the windows of their car. I have pepper spray on my keychain, so I dug around in my purse for it and held it in my hand as I got out of the car to walk inside. The pumps, thankfully, aren't really far away. However, they are more off to the side, so unless you're standing at the door of the gas station, it's kind of hard to see over there from inside the place. I got out of my car and began to walk. Not even a few steps in, I heard them start their car up, and I was relieved because I figured they were leaving and all would be well. However, that didn't seem to be the deal because instead of leaving, they turned their car around and got directly behind me. Literally, their car was on my heels. If they had pressed the gas pedal, they would have ran over me and flattened me like a pancake. I instantly went on red alert mode and realized I was almost to the entrance, and I was definitely within eyesight now if anyone was inside. But by the looks of the parking lot, there wasn't. My nerves got the best of me, and even though I had pepper spray, I ended up doing the weird little awkward jog fast walk inside the store, desperate to put some space between us. When I got inside, I instantly went into the girls' bathroom, hoping that maybe I could wait them out, or that maybe they wouldn't even bother to come inside and would just leave instead. I stayed in there for maybe 3 to 5 minutes. When I decided to finally leave the bathroom and pay for my gas, I realized that there were people inside the gas station now. With a quick glance, none of the faces looked like the ones I saw in the car, so I walked up to the register to take my place in line, just wanting to finally be home. After a few minutes, I'm almost to the register. I am second in line to be exact, and I'm looking around at all of the items on the counter, and in doing so, I notice a guy standing behind the line off to the side against the wall. He just happened to put his head down like he was looking at the floor at the same moment I noticed him, so I couldn't see his face to know for sure if it was one of the guys from the car. I looked back at the register and realize it's my turn to check out. I walk up and pay for my gas, and in the process of putting my debit card back in my wallet, I see that guy who was against the wall begin to walk to the door, but he's doing it really dramatic, almost like he's trying to time it out just right so that he can be next to me while I'm walking out the door. At the thought of this and realizing I was holding up the line by not moving, I did some quick thinking and began to walk towards the door. And like I thought, this guy hurries up and starts walking faster, and I recognize him as being the exact guy who had walked out of the gas station when I was pulling in. So I instantly stopped walking and just stepped to the side out of the way of the entrance to the door, hoping that I was pulling a quick one on him. I started making a scene of putting my wallet into my purse and rummaging around in it, acting like I was trying to find something, just trying to kill enough time to where he would be forced to walk ahead of me instead of behind me. This guy, however, was a quick thinker too, I guess, because when he did walk past me and got to the doors of the entrance, he stopped and held them open and stared directly at me and smiled. This smile gave me chills instantly. Trying to think of what to do, I look at him and for some stupid reason smile back, and he smiles even wider. I instantly hate myself for being that dumb girl who doesn't just flick guys off or curse at them or something whenever they think they are dealing with a creep. So I'm staring at him, realizing I have to make a move at some point, and I look past him and realize the car full of guys is now parked right in front of the store. Lights on, car running, and with one of the backseat doors wide open. By now I'm freaking out internally, and even though this feels like hours, it's actually all going down in the matter of minutes. I looked behind me towards the register, hoping someone would be paying and leaving. Thankfully, that exact thing happened right then. A man started walking towards the door, and when he walked by me, I walked with him and made sure to get on the side that was opposite of the man standing at the doors, holding them open. The second I got outside, I made a quick right because I saw that there were more cars parked on that side and ran between them towards my car. I hurried and unlocked my car and got inside and locked the doors and waited. I just had a feeling it wasn't going to be that easy. I was right. The car of guys had reversed and was heading towards my gas pump. I am still the only one there actually getting gas, remind you, so I instantly hit the lock for car doors again, just to make sure they are good and locked. The car slows down as it's driving past me and gets a little in front of me and just stops. I am frozen with fear at this point. I think about calling someone, but I don't really care for dealing with the police due to my history with them. And I knew my friends couldn't do anything to help me, but panic with me, which probably wouldn't have helped. I decided I was just going to sit inside my car and wait them out. I would have died in that car from lack of oxygen before I got out or left. I didn't want to leave because I had already prepaid for my gas, and I didn't want them following me either. Finally, after about 10 to 15 minutes, they finally drove off. Windows rolled down, calling me all kinds of provocative names. I sat in my car for another 10 minutes just to be safe, before getting out and hurrying to pump my gas. When I got home, I called a friend who lives in my neighborhood also. I told them what happened, and that if they go to that gas station at night, to be careful. She replied back, saying how she's heard from other people in the neighborhood that for whatever reason, a lot of sketchy people seem to hang around there at night. Sometimes, even when the gas station is closed for the night, you can drive by there and see a group of guys hanging around the gas pumps for whatever sketchy reason. To the car full of creepy men, whatever your intentions were, I don't wish to know. I did go back to the gas station a few days later one morning to speak to the owner. I explained the situation, gave them the best description I could of the man I saw inside the store, and the make of the car and color. I haven't been back though to see if it's happened to anyone else, or if they caught them. I honestly probably never will. I will gladly spend an extra 5 minutes driving to Wawa for gas before I go back there, especially if it's at night. I'm a 20-year-old male. To remain clear, I'll have to introduce you to several important elements. My hometown is a small city where the street lighting is very bad, so at best you'll get a creepy yellow lighting from a street lamp, and at worst, no lighting at all. My parents' house is a 10-minute walk away from my girlfriend's house, so I walk between the two on a regular basis. There are 2 ways to get to my girlfriend's house on foot. The long way, 15 minutes, through large streets with decent lighting, and a short way, through a park, which obviously has no street lamps. You can guess which one I used to take, and understand why I'm quite stressed when crossing this park, especially because it is known to host regular drug deals. Above the park there is a hospital, which is the only place where the lighting is a bit reassuring. When someone tells me that I should stop walking through this area, I always joke that if anything goes wrong, I won't be far from the hospital. I should have kept my mouth shut. One night last summer, I had spent the evening at my girlfriend's house and decided to walk back home. Her parents were asleep, mine too, and I didn't have a car to drive back then. It was around 3 a.m., so there's usually not a living soul wandering in town at this hour. I walk out of my girlfriend's house. I cross the street, and I suddenly realize that I forgot my backpack at her place. I couldn't knock because I would have woken up her family, so I started to call her. While doing so, I turn around, and I see someone walking towards me. Lucky for me, I recognized the man. We were in the same high school and had a friend in common. He was, like me, the nerd type, and had always been pretty awkward in his social relations. I knew he lived on my girlfriend's street, so I wasn't too worried. I still noticed several strange things when watching him from afar though. First, he was walking away from his house, so he had left it just after I had left my girlfriend's house. Second, he was watching me. Third, He was walking strangely. It was an almost robotic pace, but he was trying to seem like he was walking casually. So here I was, trying to call my girlfriend, and seeing this guy coming closer and closer until he finally crossed the street and came towards me. I started talking on the phone even though my girlfriend wasn't answering, and I decided to ignore him. We knew each other, sure, but I hadn't talked to him since high school, and 3 a.m. didn't seem like the appropriate time to chat. He passed to my left and seemed as if he hadn't seen me at all. His eyes were now focused on something behind me, and his pace remained the same. I turned back and saw him walking along the street for 50 meters. I kept on talking to the phone. My girlfriend was, as I found out later, asleep. And I saw him suddenly turning on the right and entering an alleyway. And that is when I froze, because I know this area by heart, and I knew pretty well that there is absolutely nothing in this dead end. It is only an exit for some construction vehicles and is never used for anything else. I started wondering what this guy could do in such an alleyway at 3 a.m., and I suddenly realized something. He was waiting for me. I had seen him a few times in the neighborhood. He knew where my girlfriend lived, and he could see me walking home quite a few times. I had to find another way to come home, but this street was the one leading to either the park or the lighted boulevard, the long way to my house. So I decided to wait, still pretending to talk to my girlfriend. After something like 3 minutes or so of me talking pretty loudly, he walked out of the alleyway and came back towards me in the same robotic pace. He passed next to me once more, and same as before, acted like I wasn't there. As soon as he passed me, I started to walk towards my home, while keeping a normal pace. I passed the alleyway where he had hidden, and checked once more. There was nothing there but a dark street, which wasn't reassuring. Once I passed the alleyway, I looked back to spot him. He wasn't there. I stopped for a second, thinking he could have turned around somewhere. And that is when I saw him again. He had crossed the street, turned around, and was now walking in the same direction I was heading to, but was hidden at times by trees and parked cars. I decided to keep walking, but looked back quite often to make sure he was still there. I finally arrived at the intersection leading to either the lighted boulevard or the dark park. And there, you guessed it, I entered the park. I couldn't explain why, but I must have thought I could run and hide behind a tree if need be. I looked back, and the guy had crossed the street again and followed me inside the park. He was 20 meters behind me, but he started to walk faster, mimicking my pace. I started to think about confronting him. I'm neither tall nor muscular, but neither is he, so I could fight him and win. I quickly abandoned the idea, as he could have a weapon that I was unaware of. I decided to make sure that he was following me. It might sound stupid, but I was still thinking that all of this could be a coincidence. On my right was the hospital parking lot, which led to the hospital itself, located above the park. I walked out of the path, straight towards the parking lot above, so basically cutting through the grass. I turned around and saw him taking the same turn at the exact same spot I had just left. I arrived on the parking lot and kept walking towards the hospital. The side of the hospital that faces the park is the back, so I was basically crossing loading areas, following the road towards the entrance of the hospital. He was still behind me, at the same distance, looking at me. I was approaching the final turn. To reach the entrance, there are two ways. One is the road, which we were on, and the other one is a small set of stairs, which allowed me to arrive much faster. I sped along the stairs, arrived in front of the hospital, and suddenly decided not to come inside. Instead, I spotted a small set of bushes that separated the road from the stairs and got behind them to see him from afar. After a few seconds, he emerged from the road and walked towards the hospital entrance. He stopped there and started to look around for me. He walked across the parking lot, went close to the entrance to look inside, while I stayed still. He kept the same robotic pace the entire time. After a few minutes, he started walking back towards the park. I waited a bit and rose up again. I still couldn't picture the reason why he would do this, and looked back towards the park. He was still walking with the same pace, while I was watching him from atop the stairs. I kept my eyes on him for as long as I could, and I felt relieved as I saw him approaching the turn that would lead him back into the park and out of my sight. Suddenly, his head turned towards me. He stopped and stayed still. He was watching me, and I couldn't move. I cannot say how long this lasted, but something clicked in my brain, and I started running the other way without turning back. There is another road that leads to the hospital coming from my home and circling the park. I walked back home following this road, watching only the trees hiding the park. I finally arrived back home in one piece. The following day, I called my friend from high school who knew that creepy guy pretty well. He told me that they hadn't seen each other since then, and that was the last time he had heard about him. The guy had been diagnosed with psychotic issues. I still walk back home at night, but I stay on alert at all times, and nothing has happened since. This happened to a friend of mine who lived in the same neighborhood as me when we were about 8 or 9 years old. My friend E and her family lived just a few houses down the street from mine. We lived in a neighborhood where almost everyone knew each other. The biggest worry we ever had was that some outsider would come into the neighborhood and cause trouble. Some people left their homes unlocked because we felt that safe. There was an incredibly nice family that lived directly across the street from E's house. A mom, a dad, a 16-year-old son, and their other mentally challenged son who was about 22 years old. I'll call him Tim. Tim was always home because he wasn't employed due to his disability, but his parents were working full-time and his brother had school. All day, every day, he would be outside waving and smiling at anyone who drove or walked by. Big smiles showing all his teeth and sometimes giggling, just out of pure excitement and happiness of interacting with other people, since he spent most of his time alone. He was not creepy at all. One day, E was sick and didn't go to school. Even though she was about 8 or 9 years old, E was allowed to stay home sick by herself. Plus, her mom was going to be home around 2 anyways, since she only worked part-time and the neighborhood was safe. E locked all the doors except the one that led into the garage. They used this as their front door because it was easier in those cookie-cutter homes to just open the garage, pull in, get out of the car, close the garage, and walk into their house through the unlocked door that led from the inside of the garage to the inside of their home. This is obviously not the safest way to protect your home from intruders, but we literally all did this. The worst part is they had an outside cat and kept the garage door cracked just enough for him to get inside for his food or shelter, if he needed to. So E is asleep, feeling sick with a fever. All the doors and windows are locked, except the door leading to the cracked garage door. Tim was bound to know that she was home alone, since he was outside the front of his house all the time. E wakes up to pounding on the front door. Startled, she walks downstairs and looks through the peephole. It's Tim. She cracks the door and he says something along the lines of how he notices everything and would guard her home since she is home alone. She says thanks, but there was no need to, and to have a nice day, and that it was beautiful weather. He looked pissed. He got angry and said, "You think I can't do it because I'm dumb? But you watch and see, 'cause me ain't dumb." She said sorry and didn't mean it like that, but she had to rest now. She dozed off and woke up to a noise downstairs in the kitchen, the room the door from the garage led into. She hadn't heard the garage door open, but she was sick, so she figured she was deep in sleep and just hadn't noticed. Completely disorientated from the time she looked over at the alarm clock, it was 10:20, way too early for her mom to be home. At that moment, she heard noises again downstairs. She didn't call out. She had been sleeping in her parents' bedroom and ran into their bathroom, slamming the door loudly. Then she remembered their bathroom door had no lock on it. The noise she made slamming the door alerted the intruder to where in the house she was at, and big footsteps started coming upstairs. She moved quickly and quietly to her parents' closet, which was on the other side of the big room. She closed the doors and hid behind some clothes, all the time thinking how someone would have gotten inside. She remembered that the garage door was cracked for the cat, slightly, but not close enough for a thin person to slip underneath. Tim walks into the bedroom. Tim is tall and thin. She can see him through the slatted closet doors. She sees him holding a knife and did everything she could to not scream. He quickly went to the master bathroom, where she was just moments before. These cookie-cutter houses only had about 3 floor plan layouts, so it wasn't hard for him to find. He looked inside the bathroom and didn't see her, then started making loud, throaty noises, like someone would do if they're frustrated and angry, while pacing the entire house. She stayed in the closet for hours, even after she heard him exit through the front door. She stayed until her mom got home. She was crying hysterically and told her mom what happened. Had she not been so upset, and had one of their kitchen knives had not been left by the front door, her mom might have blamed it on being delirious from a high fever, because nobody would expect Tim to do that. The police were called and an official report was filed. I am not sure if he had any charges pressed against him, because after she told me the story once, she refused to talk about it again. I overheard her parents a few times talking about the situation to my parents, but never heard what the consequences were. E was so traumatized she went to therapy afterwards for several years, and still wouldn't talk to anyone about it, because she didn't want to remember or relive the experience. We even moved to an apartment together years and years later for college purposes. She never talked about Tim. It was like he never existed, and I never asked. I noticed she always locked the door that led to the patio and balcony, even though we were on the 7th level, and always locked her bedroom door, onto which she added an additional lock. And when she locked all these doors and the windows, she always checked 3 times. Every single time. I often wonder if there was more to the story than what E told me. We were kids after all, and sometimes kids don't know how to explain things they don't understand. It is terrifying to think about what his intentions were, and if he perhaps did find E, and something else happened. As horrifying as the experience must have been for her, it made a huge statement in the neighborhood for everyone to be more careful. I will always make sure everything is locked.
Glenn Stewart Godwin was imprisoned in 1982 for the brutal murder of a former friend and attempted an escape. Transferred to Folsom Prison, Godwin planned another escape with help from the outside. Once free, he fled to Mexico, where he was again arrested. While in prison, he murdered another inmate and escaped again. In 1996, the FBI added Godwin to the 10 most wanted list, only removing him in 2016. His escape from Folsom Prison in 1987 could be considered the inspiration for Stephen King's The Shawshank Redemption. Godwin was living in Palm Springs, California during the late 1970s with his roommate, Frank Soto Jr., and had worked in several professions such as being a mechanic, construction worker, and a self-employed tool salesman. He had never had any criminal convictions, nor was he even known to the police until the autumn of 1980. Godwin was known to be very popular with women and was considered vain by his friends. He, together with Soto, planned to rob a former friend of them, known as Kim Robert LaValle. They believed LaValle would have a significant amount of money on him because he was a drug dealer. They lured LaValle to the condominium they shared under the pretense of buying drugs from him. When he arrived, they attacked him, with Soto restraining him, while Godwin punched and kicked him. They attempted to strangle him, and when that didn't work, Godwin grabbed a butcher's knife and stabbed him 26 times. The two men then loaded LaValle's body into his truck and drove into the Eagle Mountains. Godwin tried to blow up the remains by strapping homemade explosives to the body, which consisted of fuel oil, nitrogen fertilizer, and dynamite, in an attempt to disguise the murder. The explosions damaged the truck, but did not sufficiently disguise the knife wounds to LaValle's body. On August 3, 1980, The truck was discovered with the human remains inside, seemingly abandoned in the desert of Riverside County. The police investigation found that LaValle was last seen with Godwin and Soto at their residence, and during the autopsy, the pathologist found the knife wounds which he attributed to a serrated edge knife. Both Godwin and Soto were brought in for questioning. Under intense police questioning, they were linked to the murder. Godwin was charged with first-degree murder. At the trial in 1982, Soto testified against Godwin for a reduced sentence, calling him the most dangerous man I have ever met, and the prosecution was able to prove that Godwin had been the driving force behind the robbery and murder. Soto was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He was incarcerated at Soledad Prison, where he began a correspondence with Shelley Rose. She started to visit him, and they began a relationship. However, in 1983, he was handed a sentence of 26 years to life imprisonment. Despite this, they married in 1985, and several years later, he was transferred to Duell Vocational Institute in California, where he struck up a friendship with another inmate, Lawrence Carlick. Godwin attempted to escape in 1987, and because of this, he was transferred to Folsom Prison, a maximum security facility. While at Folsom, Godwin plotted his escape and paid a fellow inmate to tamper with his security designation, which helped him to get assigned to work in another part of the prison. This area was an older section of the prison, with looser oversight from the guards. He also requested help from his wife Shelley and his former cellmate at Duell, Lawrence Carlick. They smuggled a hacksaw into the prison, and on June 5, 1987, he used it to cut a hole through the fence wire and jumped into a storm drain. This drain was 750 feet long and emptied into the American River. Reminiscent of Andy Dufresne's escape, the fictional character in The Shawshank Redemption, Godwin crawled through the pitch-black drain to freedom. His wife and Carlick had cut the iron bars on the storm drain exit and painted smiley faces on rocks to help with his escape. They also arranged for an inflatable raft to be left at the drain exit, which Godwin used to float across the American River. When the prison authorities realized Godwin was missing, he was already miles away. Police believed either Shelley Godwin, Lawrence Carlick, or both had aided his escape, and a warrant was issued for Carlick's arrest. In June 1987, Carlick was apprehended in Hesperia, California, and convicted for aiding Godwin's escape. Shelley Godwin was also considered a suspect in her husband's escape. An arrest warrant was issued for her in January 1988. She was eventually arrested in Dallas, Texas, on February 7, 1990. However, she had recently divorced Godwin and remarried, telling investigators she didn't know where her ex-husband was. It was strongly believed that Godwin had escaped to Mexico and was now participating in the illegal drug trade. He was eventually arrested in 1991 in Puerto Vallarta and was convicted for drug trafficking. He had been running drugs in Guadalajara and was sentenced to 7 years and 6 months in Puente Grande prison. American authorities began the extradition process. However, Godwin murdered a Mexican drug trafficker while in prison, which delayed the proceedings. He then escaped again on September 26, 1991. It was believed that his escape was aided by members of a Mexican drug cartel after he murdered one of their rivals. After this, nothing more was heard about Godwin, whom American authorities believe had continued his involvement in the illegal drug trade in South America. He has used several aliases, including Dennis H. McWilliams and Miguel Carrera. Police believe that he has also had plastic surgery to alter and keep his looks because of his well-known extreme vanity. On December 7, 1996, Godwin was added to the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list with a reward of up to $20,000, which was later raised to $100,000 for information leading to his capture. He is considered to be armed and extremely dangerous, and an obvious flight risk. After 20 years, Godwin was removed from the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list on May 19, 2016, with the agency declaring, "We think the payoff from the publicity has diminished over time."
So me, my father, and my brother moved into my house around 6 years ago. Cute house on the outside, but you could tell the inside was old and had its problems. Windows would shake when you slammed the front door, which you had to do. There was no heat, old carpets, doors hanging on by threads. Most people would pass the house up because of how poor the conditions were. But because my dad doesn't even lock his doors, safety was of little importance to him. Yeah, I know. Perfect setup to this story. A quarter of the backyard was actually a little motorcycle shop. The house used to be owned by the Hells Angels in the 80s, and you could tell that the shop housed planted weed and was the spot to sell drugs. I knew that many people probably knew of this house. It has rich history. I can't exactly pinpoint the first event, but I know that my quarter of the house freaked me out the most. Basically, when you're in the kitchen, you open a sliding door to a laundry room. Adjacent to that is a small room and then a bathroom. I want you to think long and hard about that setup. Hidden section of the house with a small room, immediate bathroom and laundry room. Gives me chills. Anyway, this was my quarter. Every night that I slept there, I was terrified. My room has 2 windows with no blinds, and every night I felt eyes watching me sleep. I am a natural hot body, so in the summer, my window is always open. One day, me and my brother were hanging out in my room after dark, and as clear as day, we heard someone burp outside my room. We both looked at each other like, "Did you just hear that?" And we both did. When I went to go look outside the window, I couldn't hear anything. If you're thinking of neighbors, don't waste your time. They live too far away to hear something like that so loud. Outside of my window, there is actually a crawl space under the house. Picture a little trap door, and if you pull off the piece of wood, you can easily shimmy under the house right outside my window. Night after night, I would hear footsteps outside, or small branches breaking with weight, though I never checked because my fear left me paralyzed. I would tell my dad, and he would say I'm just hearing ghosts or figments of my imagination. It was annoying, but it's my dad, so I know exactly how he is, and I should have known what to expect. I am really good with energy. I always have been. I can read a room even if my head was in my ass. Many times we would come home, and as soon as I opened the front door, I felt different energy. You only know what I mean if you know what I mean. Someone had been in the house, and I could feel it. They waltzed through here with no care of mind, and slipped out the back of God knows where. I would bellow out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" But no one would answer. I would run to every corner of the house and check for strangers, but never found one. I live in Canada. Everyone blazes here. I used to go outside to do it, but it just became unsafe. Before that happened, I would go smoke in the bike shop. I had a bong and bud and a lighter. One night, I thought I would go to bed, but leave the bong and bud in the shed because why take it out if I'm just coming back tomorrow? The next day, I came back to my weed gone and my bong used. You could tell as there was new resin on the bowl. This was my first confirmation that I wasn't actually going crazy and that everything I had been hearing or feeling was real. I grabbed my stuff and ran in the house. I never smoked outside again. Some days I would have to go to the shed to grab something of mine, and some days I would look into the black abyss that was the shed and shudder as my bones turned ice cold. Whoever was in the shed at the time had horrible, horrible energy. Just looking into the shed made me feel sick and lightheaded. You couldn't pay me money to go inside during those moments. Any item I've ever had that I cherished, I have lost here. I have never lost so many things before, but I often joke around that this house has a mouth and it's always eating everything of importance. My dad thinks it's funny, but I know the truth. One night I got really drunk and dropped my diamond bracelet in my backyard in the snow. The next morning I realized it was gone. I was devastated, but knew it could only be outside. We waited for the snow to melt, but when we went outside to look for it, it was gone. I never found that bracelet, just like I have never found many of the other things I have lost here. Some days we will come home and the front door will be open. Some days we will come home and the back door will be open. Some days I will come home and look for something I set down and will either never find it or find it in a different room. One day, I was standing in front of my front door, but I was facing the road, just observing. All of a sudden, I notice a man tinkering with the RV parked in our driveway. He doesn't notice me yet. I watch him pick at the aluminum exterior as if he were trying to rip the outside wall apart. He finally sees me and hides behind the RV. I call out, "Hey! Hey!" But he disappears into the laneway. I told my dad some guy was tinkering with the outside of the RV, and he basically tells me, "What you gonna do?" I don't know. I'm pretty numb to this situation. I have been begging my dad to start locking his doors, get cameras, or even just listen to what I'm trying to tell him. I have been gathering evidence and documenting situations for 6 years. You think the man would listen to me? Let me know if I'm just dumb or if he is an airhead and I have been right all along. Please let me know because this situation has made me a little insane in the membrane. One day, I come to my father crying. I tell him I saw shadows of a man pacing outside my window last night, near the window with the trapdoor and crawl space below it. He says, "What do you want me to do about it?" I said, "I don't know, anything. Just check the crawl space." He shines a flashlight around there. Keep in mind the crawl space loops around the house, so there could be someone around the loop and in the opposite side of the house, and my dad would never know because he never actually looked, just glanced. He puts the trapdoor back on and secures it, telling me, "You'll be fine, nothing will happen to you," and we go on with our day. Sometime later, obviously after I have forgotten about it, I was in the backyard. Something caught my eye, so I looked near the crawl space, and lo and behold, the trapdoor was ripped off and something shiny lay on the ground inside. I took a closer look, and believe it or not, dozens of tiny squares of burnt tinfoil lay on the ground. I have hung out with enough people to know exactly what that means. Now I know someone is smoking hard drugs directly below my window. I tell my dad and show him, and he tells me, "Oh, it could be anything." Of course. One day I was also standing outside my house, and a black Subaru Forester pulls up and calls me to the car, by name. They have a softball in their hands and asks me if I want the ball. They are trying to get me to grab it. I watch enough true crime to know they likely want to pull me into their vehicle. I stay where I am, and they speed off down the road and turn up the road adjacent to mine. They start doing loops. I tell my family about it, and my brother mentions he saw the same car go by earlier, twice, and that he noticed it because the back window was completely covered with duct tape. This went on for about a month. Cops were called, but they couldn't do anything because no crime was committed. Weeks go by, and my dad started to seem mad at me, but I could never pinpoint why. I guess he thought, with me always talking about someone being here that we don't know of, he assumed I was crazy and was actually doing drugs to become like that. I ask him why on earth he would think that, and he starts to lead me to the shed. He takes me to the very back corner of it, and what do you know? There's a cracked, straight tube glass pipe on the table. I can't believe that after everything that's happened, my dad would assume I am smoking crystal in the shed, rather than the obvious person or persons I have been noticing around here. Did I mention that my dad and brother hear sounds coming from the crawl space all the time? Every night? Guess what they chalk it up to be? No, really. Guess. Raccoons and pipes. What would you do? After 6 years of noticing someone squatting at your house, and 6 years of being told that you're crazy and nothing is actually happening, you start to get numb to new situations and also start to actually believe that you are crazy. I know I'm not, but still, I just don't know what to do anymore. I moved to a mid to small Midwest American town with my boyfriend and 2 doggies last June for my doctoral internship year. It was an adjustment after living in a southern beach town, as well as a major city before that. Our living space is one of the factors that has made the move a positive experience. We're on one side of a twinplex, a 2-story home with a dividing wall that sits on 2 acres with some tree areas around it. Our landlord is a retired man in his 60s, kinda, and gets stuff done quick. There's a badass single mom and her kids, a huge Akita and a firearm on the other side of the twinplex. The kids are ages 17, 13, and 8 years old. The family is wonderful. This story isn't about them though. It's about the man next door. I got a weird vibe from him the first time I met him. Not a knee-jerk reaction or anything, just a sort of question mark hovering above his head, like drawing a blank. In lieu of overt negative interactions, my boyfriend and I have been your typical level of neighborhood friendly. We give the wave here and there, and have no active grudge against him. Although my boyfriend doesn't have the same instinct about the man, he trusts mine. It's nothing I can point to, which as we all know, means nothing. I am thrown off by this man. It doesn't keep me up at night, and it's not something I ruminate on, but it's idling in the back of my mind every time I take the dogs in our large backyard, in view of his home. I have been thinking back to the very few interactions I've had with this man, which I can count on one hand. The first interaction we ever had was due to a dog fight. In fall 2019, a big male dog with no collar showed up on our property and approached my big dog. The dog wasn't displaying threatening posture, he was only curious. Unfortunately, my usually mushy-gush snuggle-bean boxer mix got attacked badly a few years ago by another dog, and he's got little doggy trauma now. Anytime he sees a male dog his size or larger, he gets hyper-vigilant. He misinterprets any wrong move as ready to attack, and attacks first. Think along the lines of a ready at any moment PTSD response in a soldier, on the fight side of the fight or flight freeze appease reaction. So, Big Dog didn't take kindly to this unidentified dog fella. He responded like you would expect, and went after him. I saw 2 men standing about 50 yards away, near the house in the yard next door. I assumed the uncollared dog belonged to one of them, and called out for them to help break it up and retrieve their dog. The 2 men ran over and broke it up. Meanwhile, I'm standing there hitting the dogs with my dog's leash trying to stop them, vicious snarls and all, which I am 100% sure was as dumb looking as it was ineffective. The other dog ran off. For your peace of mind, by the way, that little sweetie is just fine. He escaped unscathed, aside from puncture wounds on his neck that required no veterinary action. So there I was, sobbing, thanking both of the men for breaking it up. It turned out it wasn't their dog after all. The neighbor said he had seen the dog around before, and believes that he tends to get out, and he thinks he knows where the dog lives. They were kind and reassured me that my dog was in the right, in protective mode, and the other dog running up on the property was easily interpreted as a threat to him. The conversation was without incident. I thanked them and brought Big Dog back inside. Another interaction we had was a few months later, when the neighbor was in his yard, an appropriate distance away, and I was taking out Big Dog and Small Dog. Small Dog is a perma puppy-sized beagle. Trouble with a capital T, but disgustingly sweet and cute. Big Dog is well trained and can be off-leash in appropriate areas. No problem. My neighbor said hello, and made conversation about how he's never sure if he's able to pet my dog because he always barks at him from our window. I assured him Big Dog is extremely friendly, not to worry. I also made an irritating mental note that the neighbor inquired about Big Dog's threat level, and I told him he's zero threat at all. I don't know about you, but my automatic reaction is to calm situations, make others comfortable, etc., and I have got a very high tolerance for odd behaviors. Overlooking odd behaviors is detrimental in these kinds of situations. I think it was normal conversation to ask if your neighbor's dog is friendly, right? A learning moment for next time, I guess. Aside from this, there was one time when we briefly spoke about how deer come through our backyards, and he puts out food for them, and other critters and a few feeders. I see him in his backyard sometimes, doing what I assume is normal yard stuff and critter feeding. I don't remember any other instances distinctly. This brings us to today. All morning and afternoon, I've been working on a scrapbooking project for my friend's 30th birthday, that overlooks the back deck, large backyard, and the trees. My hot glue and I are minding our own business when all of a sudden, Big Dog starts growling and Small Dog started barking. Regular barks are usually squirrel or chipmunk alerts, but growls are for threats. I looked up and followed their gaze. There, in the trees on the border of our backyard, was my neighbor. He was barefoot and dressed in khaki shorts and a black shirt. He was fussing around near the ground in the middle of the tree line area that separates our expanses of unfenced yards. I figured he was refilling one of the feeders for the animals or something, but I kept watching because of the back of my head question mark on this guy. Then, he moved. He was already flirting with the property line where he was initially standing. He walked further, several paces into our property, in fuller view of our back deck and sliding door. I watched silently. Because I'm an anxious gal, I do double-check my alert reactions to make sure I'm keeping my thought process relatively rational. For anyone who hasn't experienced anxiety, it's like having a jumpier needle than your average bear. I watched like this for a few seconds until he stopped moving. He halted on a patch of land a few paces beyond the property line, obscured by pine tree branches. All I could see was hips down. His knees were pointed at my window. While our yards are unfenced, there's an unspoken boundary neighbors don't cross here. It's a sloppy-looking star shape. There is a house at each point, and the expansive backyards are meld, converging into the center lawn. He had no business being in our area of the yard. There is nothing else to look at. It's our twinplex, and it's our side of the home, which begs the questions, exactly what the hell are you doing, sir? Get your knees out of my trees. The best excuse I can come up with is that he was wistfully surveying his home and yard with the pride of a man who mows it himself. But that's a long shot. Doing anything resembling looking at his own home or yard would have required him to rotate his body more than 70 degrees to his left. I stood up in the middle of the room and approached the window so that he could see me looking out directly at him. Keeping him in my peripheral, I glanced around briefly to find my phone so I could take his picture, which I am happy for him to see me doing in broad daylight. I couldn't find it though, so I just watched. My body was stable, but I noticed my bones started shaking a little. I think I was having that behind-the-scenes brain acknowledgement that there was no other explanation for him to have been postured like that, facing toward me. After about 30 seconds, he casually walked back over to his side of the property and made what looked to me like a half-assed attempt to look like he was just picking a few things off of the ground, like you would do to clear a few pieces of litter. He paused in his yard, still obscured by the trees from the hips down. He was stationary. I walked to our bedroom to get a closer view out of our partially drawn blinds. In the 5 seconds it took to walk from the main room to our bedroom, he disappeared. I immediately called my boyfriend at work to let him know what's up. Even he agreed it was weird, and he's the polar opposite of dramatic versus understated. I walked out on my back deck in what would have been full view if he had still been outside, and knocked on my neighbor's sliding glass door overlooking the deck. I told her what I noticed, and we agreed. It was weird. She asked if big or small dog reacted negatively to the neighbor, and I said no. She agreed it was weird, and we're both on the lookout now. We both went outside and blatantly stood where he was standing to get a look at the view. It was a clear shot to our window. I noticed it was dark inside my home, so even though I was standing in plain sight and staring at him, he likely wouldn't have seen it. I texted my landlord next, and he doesn't know the man at all. My landlord's mother-in-law lived in this space before us, and she hadn't mentioned anything. He was quick and responsive, and encouraged me to call our sheriff's office. I touched base with my boyfriend again, too. I asked him about Big Dog's reaction to the neighbor, just to be sure, and that's when I found out I was wrong. Apparently, my boyfriend noticed Big Dog growls at this neighbor, hair up, every time he sees him. No one else. Only him. As far as I'm concerned, 3 strikes, you're out, baby. My weird feeling, my dog repeatedly growling, and knees in my trees. I have my eyeballs trained straight on you. Don't try it again.
Let me start this story with a little context. I am a 28-year-old female. I have had what I suppose some would call paranormal instances. Nothing big, just a noise, a voice, something out of the corner of my eye. But I have always chalked it up to my mind playing tricks on me, since I am very paranoid, and nothing has ever been there when I looked. This happened about a year ago. Let me start by explaining the layout of the home. I lived in an old mobile home with my fiancé, one of the ones that look like an actual house. The inside was old, with plywood walls and an eerie feel to it. Since it's old, it makes a lot of noise, which I'm used to. You enter the home in the laundry room. There is a door frame in front of the entrance with no door attached. When you walk through that frame, to the right is a guest room, which has a glass door closet, and in front is the master bedroom. If you walk to the left, there's a kitchen on your right and a dining room to the left. Straight ahead is an open California living room. There is a small wall that covers the view of the kitchen from the living room. We had our TV against that wall and on the couch right in front against the back wall. One night, I was laying on the couch around 2 a.m., as I used to work until 1 a.m., watching TV. All of the lights were off except one lamp that illuminated only the corner of the living room by the couch. I started hearing a noise that sounded like someone was clearing their throat. I knew it wasn't my fiancé, as he was out of town for a bachelor party. I turned down the TV, looked into the dark hallway, and didn't hear or see anything. Then I started to hear what sounded like footsteps. I once again turned the TV down, and I couldn't see the hallway from where I was laying, so I sat up and looked into the hallway. Nothing. As I started watching TV again, I heard louder footsteps and quickly turned the TV down. The footsteps continued. It sounded like someone was aggressively pacing from the guest room to the kitchen entrance. Back and forth. Back and forth. I jumped upright on the couch and stared down the hallway, but, again, didn't see anyone, and the footsteps stopped. I then heard a sound from the kitchen. It was the sound I heard earlier, the sound of someone clearing their throat. It was a deep sound, like a man. Because of the wall, I couldn't see into the kitchen at all, even when sitting up. I was paralyzed with fear sitting upright looking into the hall and waiting for someone to come out of the kitchen. I kept listening and heard it again, followed by the sound of liquid with ice in a glass swishing around. Then, a loud sipping sound. I jumped up and ran into the bedroom, closed the door, and jumped on my bed. I was still listening. My dog got up out of her bed and walked to the door. She was staring at it intently.
I called her name, but she didn't move. She didn't flinch. All of a sudden, I heard loud footsteps coming out of the kitchen and down the hall. There was a scratching sound on the door, and then it began going along the plywood walls back down the hallway to the guest room, toward my room. I can't tell you how many times it went up and down the hallway. The scratching sound finally stopped, and I heard a low, deep laughter right outside the door. The scratching got more intense and my dog started barking. I told her to stop so I could hear, but she wouldn't. Then I heard loud running from my door down the hallway to the guest room, and then a loud crash. I jumped up, grabbed my dog, and ran out of the house. I stayed at my mom's house for the night. When I returned in the morning, of course, there was no one there. I looked at the wall in the hallway and saw that there were deep scratches on my door, leading all the way down the hall. It didn't look like scratches a human would make. They were extremely deep and thick, like they were made from some kind of claws. I went into the guest room and saw that the closet mirror was cracked on the bottom, as if someone or something had deliberately broken it. I never sat out in the living room at night again, and never had an experience like this again. We have since moved out of the house into a place in the same community, but it is a much more updated home. This was the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, and I have no idea who or what was in my house that night.
David Glenn Lewis was born in Texas in 1953, the second of two children to Herschel and Esther Lewis. In 1972, he graduated high school and went on to attend Texas Tech University, where he excelled academically, graduating as an honor student in political science. David stayed in academia following this, gaining a place in the Texas Tech Law School, studying until 1979 when he earned himself a jurisprudence doctorate. He chose Amarillo, Texas to begin practicing as an attorney at law and was a distinguished member of the American Bar Association. Then, just 3 years later, in 1981, he met and married his wife Karen, who gave birth to their daughter a short time after. David was a steadfast family man and became a pillar of his local community. He was a member of his local church, regularly contributing a portion of his disposable income to its upkeep. He was also a district chairman of the Boy Scouts of America and sat on the director's board for the Dumas Community Education Advisory Council. He had a happy, successful life full of love and community spirit. But something dark was looming on the horizon, something that would baffle both professional and amateur sleuths for years to come. On January 31st, 1993, David's wife and his 9-year-old daughter arrived back home from a shopping trip to Dallas to find the house empty. It was Super Bowl weekend, and there was a blank tape in the VCR that had been set to record the game, but it had never been turned off. There were some sandwiches sitting covered in the refrigerator, and they appeared they had been made that day. Everything in the house seemed to be in order. There were no signs of any kind of foul play that might explain her husband's absence. It simply appeared that David had gone out for a while, maybe been caught up somewhere. It was Super Bowl weekend after all. There was every chance that he had simply gone over to a friend's to watch the game. However, the later it got into the evening, the more Karen started to worry. David hadn't called, nor had he left any message telling her where he had gone. By the time she went to bed that night, she was worried sick. The next morning, when he still hadn't arrived home, Karen drove over to the Amarillo Police Department to report him missing. Meanwhile, around 12 hours after David's wife was having police file a missing persons report, over 1,000 miles away in Yakima, Washington, there were several sightings of a strange man walking down the center of a Route 24. The individual's behavior was so alarming that a handful of drivers actually turned around in order to warn people coming the other way that there was an unhinged person simply walking down the center of the dark highway. Many of the motorists went as far as reporting the person to police, who dispatched highway patrol officers to search for him. But by the time they found the individual, they had been tragically killed in what appeared to be an accidental hit and run. The dead man in question was middle-aged and was wearing military-style clothing along with heavy work boots. The subsequent autopsy showed no sign of blood or alcohol in his system, and it was something of a mystery as to who he was and why he was acting so strangely, since there was no form of ID on his body whatsoever. He was simply listed as a John Doe, and a point was made to discover the man's identity. Although due to the nature of the death, Washington State Police were in no huge rush to do so. Back in Texas, on the day following the filing of the missing persons report, police found David's red Ford Explorer abandoned outside of the Potter County Courts building in downtown Amarillo. Beneath the mat under the driver's seat, police found the keys to the truck, along with the keys to David's house. The truck's glove box also contained his credit cards, driver's license, and checkbook, all apparently in the usual places where David was known to keep them. But despite such a find, it gave police no real clues as to his current whereabouts. Where he could have gone from there was simply a mystery. There was one incredibly pertinent piece of information to consider, though: the fact that before he had disappeared, David had confided in his wife that he believed his life to be in danger. She pressed him on the issue, but David refused to reveal any more information, not about the nature or the urgency of the threats, since he believed sharing such knowledge would put her life in danger too. When talking to the police, Karen told them that she suspected this threat to be related to his work as an attorney, that some kind of angry or dissatisfied client of his had blamed him for a failure on his part, possibly resulting in a prison sentence, and wished to seek revenge. Karen had dug through David's case files and discovered that an appointment dated for a week after his disappearance. It was a deposition in a conflict of interest case between his former law firm and a wealthy client. She had also spoken to David's father, who confessed that his son had also spoken to him regarding the appointment. He had told his father that he had absolutely no intention of covering up any of his former firm's misdeeds, and that he was going to reveal the truth of the matter to all involved. Despite the police considering this a worthy lead, there was simply not enough information on specifics and individuals to produce any serious new evidence. Yet a short time later, police did make a noteworthy discovery: the receipts for 2 plane tickets purchased in David's name that were bought around the time that he vanished. The first ticket was from Amarillo to Dallas, probably the means that he used to escape whoever was threatening him in the first place. The second ticket was from Los Angeles International back to Dallas, a flight scheduled for the very same day the John Doe body was found in Washington State. But just exactly how David intended to use them is unclear. Who was he looking to fly out from LA to Texas? Someone who could protect him from those who wanted blood, perhaps? These were frighteningly important questions, but none could be answered. So with no more leads to follow, the investigation into David Glenn Lewis's disappearance was closed after just under a year's worth of work put into it. Then, 10 years later, in 2003, a Washington homicide detective by the name of Pat Ditter read a series of newspaper articles called Without a Trace, which pertained to missing persons cases around the country. One of the details which piqued his interest were the repeated mentions of the flaws in the National Crime Information Center's computer system, which was believed to be responsible for many missing persons slipping through the investigatory cracks. Pat actually started Googling various characteristics of some of the missing people, including David Glenn Lewis, and before long, he found something very interesting coming out of Washington State. It was a picture of the John Doe's body from the hit and run in 1993. and it looked shockingly similar to a picture of a still living David. The only difference was that David wore glasses, and there was no mention of the John Doe being found with any. But it only took a little more searching before Pat Ditter was able to find a list of personal effects found on the John Doe's body. And bingo, a pair of spectacles was included on the list. This had to be more than just a coincidence, so Ditter got in touch with Amarillo police and arranged for them to be sent a series of items that were kept as evidence from the hit and run, including a boot and a tissue sample. Amarillo police contacted David's mother, arranging for a DNA sample from her to be taken so it could be compared to the John Doe's. And so it came to be that in October of 2004, almost 12 years after he first went missing, the hit-and-run victim from Route 24, a highway that was over 1,500 miles from his hometown of Amarillo, was identified as none other than David Glenn Lewis. But just why exactly was he so far from home? There are many unanswered questions regarding what exactly happened to David Glenn Lewis that weekend, and just how he ended all the way up in Washington state. Texas police have asserted many times that David left his home of his own volition, and that there is absolutely no evidence of any dodgy dealing or threats against his life. But David's wife and father insist this is not the case, telling journalists and private investigators alike that they had never seen their beloved David so utterly terrified in his life. They theorized that David had intended to hide out on the West Coast for a while, as far away from civilization as was physically possible, hence the military-style gear intended for survival. When it was safe to do so, it is thought he would travel down to California before flying back to Texas. Some believe that the hit and run on Route 24 was simply a tragic accident. Some even suspect it was suicide, that he had deliberately ran into traffic to end his own life. But there are some who even darkly suspect that he was somehow tracked down by a network of powerful individuals and murdered to keep him silent. And the scary thing is, that conclusion is not entirely out of the question. In the aftermath of his death, all the conflict of interest cases surrounding his firm simply faded into nothingness. All the trouble he seemed to have been causing went away. His death ended a sticky situation that could have ended tens of millions of dollars in damages and fines being paid out. The murder of a man would be a small price to pay to avoid such penalties. The one huge thing that leads us to believe that David was being followed as far as Washington is the fact that he seemed to be unwilling to rent a car once he was there. He was on foot when he died, and had no rental documentation on him that may indicate he rented and then ditched a vehicle. If he was scot-free and untraceable all the way up in Washington, it would have been no big deal to rent a truck to get around easier. But that wasn't the case. In the end, he was walking up and down the middle of a highway in the dead of night, in all likelihood trying to stop a vehicle so he could hitch a ride out of the area. There is not much doubt that anyone with their headlights on, traveling down an open highway, would not have seen David walking towards them unless they were either extremely tired or extremely drunk. This raises the question, who exactly hit David that night on Route 24? And why haven't they ever been found? From what I can tell, every investigation into the driver's identity came up short. And this is very possibly due to the fact that the driver then escaped Washington state, having completed the contract hit they were assigned to. But regardless, we may never find out what really happened to David Glenn Lewis, why he was killed, or the true motivations for doing so, if he even was murdered at all. Many questions need answering, some that David's family have spent thousands of dollars trying to get the conclusions to, but we are only left to wonder if there is some tragically innocent explanation or something much more darkly sinister at work. I started getting interested in photography in 2011 as a form of therapy. Photography helped me focus on the details and stay in the moment. I did my first photo shoot at a cemetery in the spring of that year, and I was hooked. I began exploring back roads in my community searching for interesting sites to photograph. On one of my drives, I came across a beautiful abandoned farmhouse with several outbuildings. It was a difficult process as the grass was chest high in some places, but the home was beautiful, and I felt I needed to take pictures while it was still around. As I fought through the brush, there was absolutely nothing sinister, alarming, or even remotely creepy about the property. I was intently focused on the beauty of the slowly decaying property and the surrounding foliage. It was one of the most beautiful photography experiences I have ever had. That night, I got home and uploaded all the photos from my camera. One by one, I began to evaluate whether or not each image was worth editing. As I was new to the hobby, I often ended up with blurry or unfocused photos, so I learned to take multiple shots from each angle. There were a few hundred images to sort through, and most of them ended up in the trash. And then I found the photo. I almost deleted it, but as my cursor hovered over the trash button, I noticed something out of the ordinary. I zoomed in, only to find a blurry photo of a noose on the front porch of the farmhouse. I was extremely confused and utterly astounded. It definitely was not there while I photographed the home in person. I had been just yards from the porch and absolutely would have noticed it. There were hundreds of images, and that was the only one in which it could be seen. I thought I was losing my mind. I promptly closed the lid of my laptop and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke questioning what I thought I had seen. I opened my laptop only to be greeted by the same image I remembered from the night before. I showed friends and family members, telling them my story. I even took a couple of friends back to the site to confirm that there was nothing of the sort on the property. We got closer than I did when I visited the first time, and only found junk left behind by the previous owners. It's been over a decade, and I still have no answers as to the image I captured. The house has since been torn down, and a new home has been built on the same property. The laptop the image was stored on had since died, but all images were backed up on an external hard drive. I have taken thousands more images in the years since then, and never had a similar experience. I am not sure exactly where the image is stored, but I know I still have it somewhere. Hopefully I'll get some time to sort through my files soon, and I'll be able to share the image that still evades an answer to this day. I have been a long-haul truck driver for a good few years now. I find it pretty enjoyable, to be honest. It just suits my lifestyle. I have never been the most sociable person, so I actually really like the whole thing of it just being me, with nothing but my stereo system and the open road for company. My job has taken me to some incredible places, too. Things that regular 9-to-5 office workers just never get to see from their dusty, dimly lit office spaces. Even those with views from skyscrapers and stuff. They never see the landscape change. How the sun frames mountain ranges or how the moon shimmers off boundless lakes. Even with all the built-up areas, this country really is beautiful in parts. Wyoming and Montana are some of my favorites. The mountain ranges and prairies being like picture postcards in places. But, and I mean no offense here, but the Iowa cornfields get so tedious in places because there's literally nothing but cornfields as far as the eye can see. However, my least favorite place to drive in the entire country had to be Louisiana. Again, I mean absolutely no offense to any native sons of the Bayou State. I have had some of the best fried catfish I have ever tasted in little roadside diners while rolling through that place. But there is something inherently creepy about Louisiana, too. Maybe it's just the humidity, the gators, or the way the Cajuns can just switch from English to French on a dime and shut you right out of a conversation. The whole Southern hospitality is as real as I am surely breathing, and I really have met some of the nicest, most generous people in the entire country down in Louisiana. I'm talking the kind of people that would give you their last dollar, or the shirt right off their backs. But I guess it's just a place of extremes, because I also met some of the least welcoming, and quite frankly, most terrifying people I have ever met in my whole life down there. And this here is the story of one of those encounters, one that still keeps me up at night sometimes, and that takes a few glasses of vodka just to shut the memories out. So this one time, I am rolling along this highway late in the evening, way behind schedule on a shipment due in Dallas, Texas. The tight timing meant it looked like I was going to have to pull another brutal all-nighter to get my load to the depot on time. But if that was going to be the case, I'd have to stop at some roadside crawfish shack to fill up on greasy food and coffee so that I had the energy to keep going. So I turned my truck off the road at the first place I saw. This place with a glowing, luminous sign that flashed with half the letters missing. But it was all I needed to see. Rustin Crawfish Shack, the place was called. And it was little more than a collection of sheet metal shacks at the side of the road. But I can tell you, those are the kind of places where some Cajun mama bear has been making the same delicious po' boys for the last 30 years. And man, I just love what those people can do with a few shrimp and a slice of lemon. So I order up my food, get it to order, and then sit outside to wolf it down before I get back on the road, when some older guy comes up and asks me where I'm from. He was pretty friendly, and I don't mean to be judgmental here, but he had a very, very unusual appearance. He dressed normally, had close-cropped hair, but he was very, very skinny, like unnaturally skinny. Like he was just skin and bones with no muscle keeping his body upright whatsoever. I tell him up north originally, but that I'm based in Arkansas for my job, and we start just casually talking about the area and its history. He was a nice enough guy, but I had to excuse myself, telling him that if I didn't get this load to the Dallas depot on time, that I would be in a whole world of trouble. It's the kind of thing that guys lose their jobs over, so I could not afford to play fast and loose with my timing. And in my case, the risk was extra high, since I had a high-value load of electronics, new TVs and such. And every day a delivery is late, the depot can fine a trucking company and dramatically lower their bottom line. He puzzles the thought over for a moment, then told me he thought he could help me out, and to wait there for a moment while he fetched something from a back room of the shack. At first, I thought it was going to be some pills that would keep me extra wired all night. But what he brought out of that crawfish shack was something that sends chills through me, even thinking about it today. The guy returned with a piece of cypress wood in his hand, like a bare piece, looking like it had been freshly cut from a tree. He had me follow him over to my truck, out of sight of the rest of the crowd that was gathering outside of the shack. Once we were alone, he pulls out this huge knife and tells me to carve my name into the wood, my full name, or it won't work, quote unquote. I was just about to ask him what it was when he shushed me, hands me the knife and tells me to obey. The blade looked jagged and slightly bent, like it was home forged or something. That was creepy enough on its own, but it was only when I take the knife from his hand do I see what the handle is made of. Have you all ever heard of a jawbone knife? It's literally what it sounds like. The blade is obviously metal, but the handle is made of an animal's jawbone. Some places it can be made of a bear or cougar's jaw, with the teeth kind of blunted so they don't rip your fingers up. Sounds weird, but they actually do make for a great grip, and they were actually really popular back in the old frontier days. But this jawbone knife that he passed me was different. There was something horribly familiar about the shape and the size of the teeth, the way only one of them was pointed, while the others were flat or jaggedly cupped. I thought it might have been a pig's jaw at first, but the actual jawline was way too thin for that, and it was with terror in my heart that I finally realized what I was looking at. It was human. That jaw had once belonged to a human being. I thought to say something, to ask him where he got it. I mean, I wanted to shove him away and throw this wooden board right back at him. But I'm telling you, when a guy has handed you a knife that you strongly suspect is made from a human jawbone, you ain't nothing but polite to this guy. So, I did as I was asked. I carved my name into the wood, then handed him back the knife, all while he seemed to take an immense amount of pleasure in knowing how afraid I was. He then tells me that he's going to bury the piece of wood out in the bayou somewhere, and that once he had done that, I would get to Dallas with my load on time, and that I wouldn't have to worry about a thing. So long story short, I did get to Dallas on time. I was wide awake for the entire journey, made every exit and turn just like I was supposed to. But I was only so focused on the journey ahead because I wanted to keep the thoughts of where that knife had come from out of my mind. So I suppose, in a matter of speaking, the little ritual did work. Maybe not in the way he had intended it to, where some weird bayou spirits had taken care of me for the remainder of my journey. But it was the thing that spurred me on to get away from that crawfish shack and to my destination on time.
It started a month ago, a Tuesday, at 4 p.m. I would have understood a wall-trembling, bass-booming party to take place on a Saturday or a Friday, but it had to be a Tuesday, my only day off from working as an RN, a fulfilling but demanding job. I had just taken the position after the previous RN up and left without a word. A pay raise and relocation to an apartment that was half the price of my old one? Yes, please. But I had wondered why the rent was so cheap, and I was just finding out. The noise started so abruptly, I was sure it was some teenager playing a movie or something. I waited a full hour before deciding to take the initiative and confront whoever was making the noise. I have learned when to be confrontational due to my job, but I had moved into my apartment just a few weeks before and wasn't about to spend the next year or so being forced to listen to someone else's entertainment. My door creaked loudly into the hallway, and I marched up to the neighboring door. I could see shadows passing under the neighbor's entry door, so I knocked. The noise stopped as quickly as it had started. I expected that I had startled the partygoers into being quiet. No one came to the door. Not a peep trickled its way to my ear. I stepped back, and the shadows under the door were gone. Maybe everyone had gone quiet in hopes that I would just leave? I imagined them all hunched into corners, shushing each other like children at a sleepover, playing a trick on a friend. It was then that I noticed the small piece of paper taped next to the door. It had several layers of tape peeling up around the edges. It had clearly been there for a while. It read, "Under construction." Great. They were trespassers, or someone who lived in the complex thought it would be a great idea to have a party in the construction zone. Less furniture to get in the way of dancing, I guess. Although construction equipment seemed like even more of a hazard. I stood there for a few minutes, waiting to see a single shadow reveal themselves or for a giggle to escape someone's mouth. Nothing. I sighed and went back to my apartment, anticipating that the noise would start up again. But then the strangest thing of all happened. It was silent. I didn't hear a single person leave or enter the apartment for the rest of the night. Clearly, the guests were remarkably good at staying quiet. They had proven that. But the creaky old door should have given them away. My 14-hour shifts for the next 6 days took over my thoughts, and I all but forgot about the incident. The following Tuesday, it happened again. 4 p.m. on the dot. Once again, it started so suddenly that the book I was reading nearly fumbled out of my hands. This time, I called the front office of the complex to let them know. I didn't want to make myself known as the grumpy mid-30s guy who ruined everyone's fun. But surely the other neighbors were also frustrated by the noise. 10 pages of my book later, while I endured the sound of the blasting music, there was a loud knocking before someone yelled, "Police." The man didn't even get the full word out before the music and chatter cut out. Curiosity got the better of me, and I peeked my head into the hallway to see 2 police officers. My squeaky door got their attention. "Did you call in the disturbance?" the woman asked. "I did. I didn't expect the complex to call the police, though." "No one's supposed to be in this room, so they are all trespassing." "Right. That makes sense." I shook my head. "If you could go back into your apartment, sir." "Of course, sorry." They nodded at me before I stole away into my apartment again. I remained just on the other side of the door. Say what you will about eavesdropping, but I was all too curious to hear how this played out. "Police, open up! You're all trespassing on private property," the male police officer shouted before knocking on the door again. "Alrighty then, suit yourself," he huffed. The door creaked horribly as it swung into the entry. "What? But there's no one..." the woman started. "Everyone listen up," the man yelled. "You have 2 minutes to leave." "Hensley, there's no one..." "You, turn that music off," the man continued. "Put your drinks down." "Music? Who are you talking to?" asked his partner. She started shouting his name as if he couldn't hear her. I thought about sneaking into the hallway again, but figured I didn't want to get caught up in the mess. I heard her cursing before someone ran from the room, calling for backup. The door slammed, but it went silent. What the heck just happened? Who was the man Hensley yelling at? Why did the other officer run? I finally braved a peek outside, and the party door was closed. "Hello? Is everything okay?" I asked, feeling stupid for asking, and hoping I wasn't about to get run over by a mob of people trying to escape. I took a deep breath and decided to knock before opening the door. It was empty. There wasn't any sign that a person had entered that space in months. Not an empty bottle or discarded cigarette in sight. There weren't even footprints in the dust from the cops. I stumbled backwards out of the room. Had everyone run out without making a sound? That didn't make sense. I chalked it up to being overworked and delusional from the lack of sleep. Then the door slammed shut, causing me to fall right onto the floor. I ran back to my apartment, knowing that whatever was happening had nothing to do with me anymore, if I didn't let it take control. A few days passed, and I went into the office to get a package. I noticed a flyer for a summer party the apartment complex was hosting, and the strange incident slammed into the front of my mind. "Hey, did you hear anything about the trespassers that were partying in the empty room in Building 6? Some cops were up there, and I wanted to know what happened," I said, making it sound like I wasn't the person who called it in, and that I was just concerned about my own safety. "Honey, I know that it was you that called," she said. "Oh, yeah, I mean, it was shaking my walls, so it's fine," she waved her hand. "I would have called too, but you know, the woman who lived in your apartment before you also complained about a party. No one else has ever called it in but you two. But I never heard if people were kicked out or anything like that." She tilted her head at me. "But she up and left real quick. Took care of that problem herself. She was actually very sweet, a nurse like you." She gestured to my scrubs and badge, and I smiled. "We're pretty common around here since the hospital is so close," I said, wondering if I had replaced her position at the hospital. But what were the chances of that? "Sure are." I didn't get any real answers, but didn't want to drag it on, as more people walked in to claim their packages or deal with other business. With this new information, the incident barely left my brain over the next week. I soon noticed a new handle on the door and expected that that was the end of it. Thank goodness. I tried to forget. But as Tuesday approached, uneasiness crept up my spine and made a home there, making me ache. I wasn't expecting anything to happen, but at 4 p.m., music blared, shaking the walls so much I wondered how the old building was still standing. My fist hit the dining table in frustration, making my soup spoon clank against the bowl. If the police and the new lock on the door couldn't keep these people out, then what would? I let it continue for a while, hoping it could become someone else's problem. But it just kept going. I waited for hours. No cops showed up. No yelling or complaints from other residents. It was up to me after all. I stormed over to the door and banged so hard the new handle jiggled. Again, silence. That infuriating silence. I tried the handle and it opened. Empty. Nothing but old paint buckets, undisturbed dust, and abandoned tools. My breath hitched before I slammed it shut and went to hide inside my apartment again. The music never started up again. Why would it, when it never had before? Maybe it was some kind of wild trick with speakers? But there was no power to the apartment and everything was undisturbed. That also wouldn't explain Officer Hensley's reaction when he walked in. My head thudded against the door. This was taking over my life. At least, my Tuesdays. Now it's 3:45 p.m. on Tuesday again. 1 month since this whole thing started. I don't know if I'm dreading or anticipating the event this time. The only thing I can think to do is to not give them the opportunity to hide. 4 p.m. comes around, and I don't jump this time as the music starts. But I do jump into action. I walk over and wrench open the door. How strange. It's actually surprising to see the room full of people. "Hey, you made it!" Someone shouts over the music that's still blaring. A man I have never seen before comes over and greets me like an old friend. Another stranger places a cold bottle of soda in my hand that I nearly drop. My eyes trace the scene quickly. It's like a weird costume party. Some people are dressed like construction workers. One looks like the guitarist in a punk rock band. Another looks like a mailman. There are people of all ages, too. I'm startled as a child runs through the kitchen. "What? Who the hell are you?" I ask with a yell. "Why aren't you hiding? I'm so confused." I'm fumbling over my words. Then I notice him in the far corner, still wearing his police uniform. Officer Hensley. He turns towards me and seems to recognize me. A smile never leaves his face as he saunters over. He's also sweating profusely. Everyone is. "Hey, some party, huh?" he says, out of breath. "What? Why aren't you doing anything about this?" I ask, irate. "About what?" he asks as he stares at me, his eyes bugging a little like people do when they're trying to say something without actually saying it. I look around more carefully this time. Everyone's eyes are a little wider than normal. Manic. Just like Hensley's. "Are you stuck?" I ask, feeling ridiculous at my own hunch that these people are somehow trapped here. "Who would want to leave a party like this?" asks a woman who pushes herself into the circle that has formed around me. She's a nurse. Her badge indicates not only the same hospital I work at, which isn't a surprise, but the same wing, same floor. No way I had replaced her. Why wasn't she reported as missing? "Are you okay?" I ask her. "Why wouldn't I be?" she asks, her smile pulling painfully tight at the corner of her lips. Her hair was stringy and stuck to her face in the hot room. I am done asking questions that won't get real answers. I stumble for the open door, and it slams in my face. I try for the handle. Locked. From the inside. Eerie smiles surround me, and I feel myself being swallowed, too, by whatever force is keeping these people here. As a smile forces its way onto my face and I start to dance with the forgotten, one sentence repeats in my head like it's my own form of song. "I should have knocked. I should have knocked."
When she died, I had to come to realize I didn't know her at all. My step-grandmother, that is. The time that I had known her was brief. Visiting my dysfunctional family only once, and that 1 week was fleeting due to fear. It was traumatizing, spiced with mental, emotional, and physical repression. It should be said I didn't know her at all. That is to say, it would be 1996. I was in 4th grade, living in northern New Mexico. Being around 10 years old, it was common to become braggadocio when discussing scary things to talk about. And often brujas would be the subject. Witches. The way that we discussed witches on the schoolyard was as if they took on very many different forms, looks, embodiments, and had very many different practices, and that there were so many different beings of them that there's a lot to take into consideration. It would be from them being green-skinned, green-tongued, old, bald, pale, one-eyed, or anything under the sun that you could ever imagine. I suppose it took me very little time to realize after the fact that they look like ordinary people. My step-grandmother looked like an ordinary person to me, with the exception that she was old and frail, but mostly she just looked like an old Italian lady. Yada yada. I was raised Irish Catholic, that is to say Roman Catholic, so when an old Sicilian lady moved into our house, and she proclaimed herself to be as a devout Catholic, I didn't think much about it. She did not approve of my Irish shenaniganery though, and she chased me around with a wooden spoon, even though her knobbly legs could not keep up. One dark night she invited me into her bedroom. This was on the 3rd floor. I know what that is like. No electricity. All candlelit. Spooky stuff, really. The shadows breathed in and out with every breath of the candle flame. And the bruja. She wore all black. And she said these weird things in an Italian dialect that I do not understand still to this day. Strewn about were pictures of a bloody, dying Jesus. Italian sentiments were plastered on the walls. This is neither here nor there. It's much more about what comes afterward. Just go along with me on this, please. The reservation I lived in was rather unpopulated, and the houses were few and far between. Literally, there were acres and acres between each house, sometimes miles. It was quiet. It was unencumbered. However, there would be nights when we walked my dog, just my father, my stepmom, and I. And after my stepmom's mother moved in, she'd insist on hobbling along. So then it became the four of us. Every now and then we would come across this old lady from another side of the pueblo, a poor little lonely old lady with a tiny ugly dog. She was the kind of old lady a person could only meet out in the middle of a reservation, out in the middle of nowhere, where people living by themselves are so lonely that every desperate word out of their mouth is just blowing smoke out of their butt. As soon as she would cross paths with us, she would just start talking. And oh, talk she could. And on and on and on she would go. Sometimes we would just have to pretend she wasn't talking, and we'd walk away, or she'd never let you go. All this would be fine and good, a minor inconvenience. People get lonely, but it is what this old lady actually said. There were definite red flags. "My dog wants to die," she would say. Or, "My dog wants me to kill him," she would say. Or, "My dead husband thought that I killed him, but I didn't. He killed himself." We would just smile and nod and try to walk away. But no, not my step-grandmother. She didn't take it that well. "That woman is from hell," she would say. And I think at the time that my stepmom and my father and I all just kind of laughed it off in a condescending way and just thought to ourselves, "Sure, Grandma, sure thing." But the more that we ran into this lady whenever we took the dog on a walk, the worse it would get. She would start talking crazier and crazier about her dog and her life and her dead husband, and it became very apparent that this woman was mentally ill and needed some help. The worst part about it is when I have the memories of my step-grandmother saying that she had an answer, that she could make it all go away. The difference is, I don't believe that this was made out of any sympathy, because the way that my step-grandmother addressed this person was that she was a spawn of Satan, and that she was a demon meeting us in the desert, and that she is using her dog as a tool to gain sympathy from us, to tempt us down into a darker path. Later one of those nights, I was invited back into her bedroom, in the dark, breathing candlelight, to witness her story about how she kept the darkness at bay for her and her children and her loved ones. And on this particular night, she was going to cast a spell upon the crazy lady, was going to take away all of the pain and all of the suffering for her and her dog. At that moment in time, I just figured I had a crazy old step-grandmother. Please don't blame me. I was maybe like 9 years old. Anyway, a few days go by. My step-grandmother starts to get really sick, and she tells everybody around the house that her energy has exhausted her. And she said that she did something that needs recuperation. So she's not coming on the dog walk. So it was back to normal formation. It was just walking with my dad, my stepmother, and me. We're walking the dog. We are out in the middle of nowhere. From my bedroom, I could see this particular dirt road that curves and bends, and there's an arroyo running alongside it. A steep, thick, brushy arroyo infested with cacti and yucca. On this road, we walked with our cute tiny little terrier dog, and there were no stars nor moon out in the sky, even though it was cloudless. Then, there comes the biggest surprise ever. As we walk along the dirt road, there's the most disturbing, earth-shattering, pain-inducing, dying, wailing moan, like the sound of just death escaping from the last little oxygen of lungs that life could provide. My stepmother jumped out of her boots. I physically reeled back. My dad, frozen, stood there soft and silent and bewildered. The dog shuffled off. "What was that?" my stepmother and I asked. "Holy smokes," I said solo, only I didn't say smokes, because I said a much worse word. "I don't know what that was," my father said. "We need to be careful. That could have been a bear. A bear cub? A bobcat cub? Mountain lions? Javelinas? That could have been a coyote for all we know. That could have been a human." We went back to the house. My father loaded up on flashlights, his revolver, and his boots. Back he went, and he went and explored, and he traversed, and he sought after the sound. Nothing. False alarm. Nada. Zero. Zilch. But I ask you this, how often do three people hear the same sort of thing? And was out in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night. Dad came back and he said that he didn't find a single thing. He said the woods looked unbothered, undisturbed, and void of molestation. He figured whatever had made that sound had moved on from the spot where we all heard it. So we all went to rest. Afterward, I noticed my step-grandmother was just never the same. She had that weird blank-eyed stare, always staring off vacantly to the other corner of the room where nobody else was looking or standing. Enthusiasm was gone, and life was gone. It was almost as if she had just given up somehow. Now, 2 days later, a body was found in the arroyo by a hiker. It was an old lady. The same old lady. The crazy lady that spoke to us about her dog wanting to die, or a dog wanting to kill her or her husband that had killed himself. The same woman that, according to my step-grandmother, was a demon. Soon after, the tribal police were swarming up and down the arroyo. Then soon after, the state police. Then after that, a medical examiner. It was a big scene. Pulling the body out of the arroyo seemed to be an ordeal. I watched the whole scenario play itself out from the window by my bedroom, looking out that dirt road that bent, where the dying moan came from. But nothing was found. The cadaver was carried away with much difficulty and numerous attempts to cart it out of the arroyo. And the morning after that, it was all the talk. The poor woman was found naked, laying underneath a bush. Apparently she died of natural causes, or so the story goes. The word on the street. My street. She just sort of died out there in the middle of the woods. An old lady. Naked. Yeah, she died in the middle of the woods. What else can there be said? My Sicilian step-grandmother died a day or two after that. Her body just gave up and she just sort of died in that bedroom with the candles and the shadows, breathing heavily in and out. Many years have passed since then, and still I wonder, did my step-grandmother have something to do with that? Did she lay down some curse? Is she responsible for somebody else's death? Am I holding a secret? Do I know something? And what if I do? What does this mean for me? Can I carry on knowing what may have happened? I found out many years later that Italians have their own sort of witches. The ones that will make blessings for the mafia and whatnot. They are called Stregaria. I don't know how to pronounce it, and I don't know if it's true. Still, I wonder, was she a Stregaria? A bruja? A witch? Or is my mind getting the better of me? This happened to me and my boyfriend a few months ago, but it still creeps us out to this day. We live in a normal building right at the center of a big city for a few years now. Our building has a doorman 24/7, and we live on the 10th floor. Everything was fine until 6 or 7 months ago, when we started hearing some weird sounds coming from the 10th floor corridor. That would be absolutely normal since there's 3 more doors on our corridor and 4 for over the other side of the wall, all on our floor. Neighbors are noisy, right? These sounds, however, were very creepy and ominous. It sounded like an older woman moaning with pain, always early in the morning and late in the afternoon. We don't really know our neighbors, but we had never seen an older woman around. These moans then shifted to violent arguing between 2 females. Not so old, it seemed. We used to hear them discussing something indistinct, but the aggressiveness of the voices caught our attention. I even went out into the corridor to see if I could hear specifics, but the voices were more like angry whispering, and I couldn't. It was creepy, but nothing to be worried about, I guess. But then, the absolute weirdest thing happened. I'm a very panicky person, and I hate conflict. So, if I feel attacked or something, I'll go into flight mode and literally run away. My boyfriend, on the other hand, is a much more confrontational person and is prepared to deal with most people's crap. This day, we were going out, and it was around 2 p.m. when we reached the ground floor of our building. We had just left the back elevator, which didn't face the main entrance of the building, but the garage door instead. We had to turn a corner and head to the main hall if we wanted to leave. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I saw my boyfriend turning said corner, and then I heard a woman's voice coming from the main entrance. It wasn't a normal voice. She was talking angrily, incoherently, and apparently to herself, since there wasn't any reply. It was very similar to the voices I had heard through the walls on our floor. Everything happened so fast that I couldn't hold my boyfriend's arm and ask him to wait for this angry lady to go away before she saw us, because of my non-confrontational nature. So my boyfriend turned the corner and faced the entrance, as well as the woman. I didn't, because I sensed something was very wrong, and this person was probably going to try to talk to us, or worse. Unfortunately, I was right. Hidden by the back elevator, I heard the woman immediately noticing my boyfriend and shuffling her feet towards him, all the while raving about, my mother is hurt, I told her, she fell out the window," and stuff like that. I went straight out through the garage's door, literally to hide, because I knew there was going to be trouble. Not to sound insensitive, but the lady truly sounded crazy and hostile. I waited by the garage a few moments, nervous about my boyfriend's safety, but also knowing he could defend himself. After a while, my boyfriend came out towards me with a terrified look on his face. He sat down trembling and told me what happened in those few moments I was hidden in the garage. He said he turned the corner and went into the main hall, and there he saw the most disheveled-looking woman he had ever seen. And he has seen plenty, since he comes from a rough neighborhood himself. She was really tall, wearing a dirty miniskirt and top, with only one shoe on. She was talking loud about her mother and came directly at him, as if she was going to hit him or something. My boyfriend quickly stopped walking and put his hands in front of him, trying to calm her down. She then stopped right by his face and said something truly chilling. She asked him,
still sounding deranged, if he was the doctor that came to see her. Calmly, my boyfriend said no. She asked if he was a policeman, to which he replied no as well. Then, she said in a much more normal tone of voice, "Well, I just killed my mother upstairs. I think you should go up there and get her body before it stinks. I can't have any more flies and cats in the apartment." My boyfriend said he didn't have the time to actually take this as fact, since the situation was so bizarre, so he kept appeasing her and saying, "Okay," and "all right." She mumbled some other things, and then left through the main entrance. That's when he ran back to find me. We took a few minutes to calm down, because this encounter had left us both extremely unsettled. Then made sure she was gone before stepping into the main hall of the building. There, we found the doorman and told him exactly what happened. He then explained to us that this lady was, unfortunately, very mentally unstable and lived with her elderly mother on our floor. He said she went willingly off her meds a few months ago, and her mother, who needs special care for some reason, couldn't control her or send her away. He told us that the crazy lady often yelled at people on our street and had once been briefly detained for walking around naked and screaming. We were surprised and kinda scared because this woman was actually very tall and intimidating and apparently unhinged. We told the doorman about what she said, and he told us that she had confessed to the same thing over the last few months to everyone she encountered. That put our minds at ease, because I was ready to call the police and tell them about her confession. In the end, we didn't call the police because the doorman assured us she hadn't killed anybody. Yet. Fortunately, we haven't seen this woman again, but we occasionally hear her over the walls shuffling about and arguing with herself. We haven't heard any more moans, though. I wonder if there's some truth to what she said about killing her mother. If I ever smell something slightly rotten, I'll make sure to call the police right away.
Back in 1999, I used to work at Disney World down in Orlando, Florida. I was a custodian, which is really just Disney World's fancy way of saying janitor. We mostly worked when the park was closed to clean the place up, empty the trash, and treat all the water features around the park with cleaning chemicals to keep them from getting stagnant and smelly. But there was also a little guest interaction involved too, including things like giving directions, helping guests plan their day, and answering the millions of questions they'd have about the park. So I suppose my job was 70% janitor and 30% walking information point. There were major perks, but there were huge downsides too. I'd get disgruntled guests come up to me and complain about the stormy weather, as it meant that some of the rides were closed for a few hours. So I'd have to deal with that, just smiling and nodding and sympathizing, but sometimes, I swear, it was like they wanted me to clap my hands and just magically disappear the clouds above our heads, as if I had the power to do it. Like, it's not my fault that you chose to visit Disney World during a hurricane season. Make better choices. I had to deal with lost children a few times too, and I also had to take valuable items to Lost and Found in Main Street, which was kind of fun, as it meant you could wander through the Magic Kingdom on your way to Lost and Found. That was one of the good things about being a custodian. You're allowed to walk all over the park within reason. For instance, if a guest wanted directions to Space Mountain, I could walk them over to Tomorrowland instead of just telling them how to get there. This worked well when trying to communicate with guests who didn't speak any English. I had a lot of good times during that job. The whole team was like one big family. But I suppose that's why what I'm about to tell you happens to be probably the worst thing that's ever happened in my life, and why it still kind of messes me up 21 years later. So this happened on the second weekend in February of '99. The actual park opened at 11 a.m., so we used to spend the first 2 or 3 hours of our shifts basically doing cosmetic cleans, testing rides, and generally making sure the park was ready to go for the day. The morning section of my shift involved helping out with cleaning and prepping Fantasyland and Tomorrowland. So at one point, I'm walking through the park and I see this guy, Ray, up on the platform for the Skyway in Fantasyland. He is sweeping away, whistling to himself, generally being the cheerful guy that he was. Ray was in his 60s at the time and had already been with us for like a year. Everyone liked him. He was older than most, but he was super chilled out and friendly, and always willing to help out his fellow cast members. Like I said, we were one big family like that. We worked together, partied together, and some of us even lived together. I called up to him like, "Hey, morning, Ray Ray." He just smiles down at me, returns the greeting and waves a little, before going back to his sweeping. It was a beautiful morning. Everyone was in a good mood. It was another day in literal paradise. So I'm walking towards Tomorrowland for a few more minutes when I hear this like slow, electric whirring sound above my head. The sound of the Skyway starting up as the 4-person gondolas started moving along the track. I still feel terrible that it took me as long as it did to realize what was so wrong about the situation. It was a Sunday morning, and I was pretty tired and slightly hungover from going out drinking the night before with a few of the other cast members. Honestly, it took me a little while to stop blaming myself for not having prevented what happened, because I figured that if I had been a little sharper, I'd have been able to really help. But then it hits me. The gondolas are moving, pretty fast too, on their first test loop, and Ray is still up on the platform. Someone had switched on the Skyway, and they hadn't checked if the thing was clear or not. So I just start running back the way I had walked, following the platform of the Skyway, and hoping that I would catch up to Ray before the gondolas reached him. I was running as fast as I could, trying to catch up with the lead gondola, but I just couldn't seem to close the distance in time. I look up and see Ray whistling away to himself with his back to the gondolas, just not seeing them at all as they are approaching. So I started shouting up to him and trying to warn him before the gondolas knocked him off the Skyway, which are like 60 feet up in the air. He hears me, turns around, and is obviously horrified to see that someone has turned on the ride before checking that it was clear. He has this mix of anger and fear in his voice as he turns back around and starts moving as quickly as he can away from the gondola, but he just couldn't move fast enough. The thing caught up with him pretty quickly, but it didn't knock him off like right away. Ray grabbed onto the gondola and tried to pull himself inside of it to stop himself from falling, but he just wasn't strong enough. And all of a sudden, I'm watching him dangling from the thing, in danger of falling the whole 60 feet onto the concrete below. I'm just shouting up to him, "Hang on, Ray, just hang on!" But there was nothing I could do. I just had to watch him struggle to hold on to that gondola as it moved along the Skyway, knowing that it was only a matter of time before he lost his grip and fell. I can see Ray looking over his shoulder and down at the ground below him every so often, and I will never, ever forget the look of absolute terror on his face, or that feeling of pure helplessness I felt as I watched the whole thing unfolding. Then the gondola starts passing over these flower beds instead of just pure concrete. I figured the soil and the plants would have to be a better option to fall onto. It had to be, so I just started shouting, "Jump, Ray, jump! The flower beds! Go!" Then, I don't know if he deliberately let go or lost his grip, but he fell 60 whole feet down and landed with an audible thump in the flower beds below. Watching him fall was like slow motion or something. He seemed to fall so slowly, but I guess that's just because he had such a long way to fall. He was in a bad way when I reached him. He wasn't moving at all. He just lay there among the flowers, all glassy-eyed, and he wheezed and groaned in agony. And in the moments before I ran off to get help, I saw him spit up blood onto his bottom lip and chin. I was in tears by the time I found another cast member to help out, begging them to call 911 so we could get an ambulance out there as fast as possible. Emergency services got there less than 20 minutes later, and they carried Ray out of the park on a stretcher before driving him over to Orlando Regional Medical Center. We all prayed that he would be okay, and it brought us all a great deal of hope that he had actually landed in the flower beds and not onto straight concrete, which definitely would have killed anyone who had fallen that far. But a few hours later, we got word that he did not make it, that his injuries were so bad that he had passed away despite what the hospital staff had done for him. The fall just caused too much trauma, too much internal bleeding, and he had slipped away after they had operated on him to drain the blood from his lungs. We were all absolutely devastated to have lost such a cheerful, charming, dedicated cast member. Ray made all of our days just that little bit brighter, and it would be impossible to really replace him. I felt for his family. I felt for his friends, but I really felt for the cast member who had turned on the gondolas before making sure the skyway was clear. Technically, Ray should have been done with his sweeping by that time in the morning, but like I said, he was dedicated. The kind of guy who didn't finish a job until it was properly done. The person who had turned on the skyway, who I won't name, was totally inconsolable. So much so that they had to be put on leave before they eventually quit. They blamed themselves for Ray's death, saying they should have checked the cameras, done a walk around to make sure the platform was clear. It was no one's fault. I've come to terms with that. It was a simple breakdown of communication, and it could have happened to anyone. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't Ray's fault. It wasn't the Skyway operator's fault. It was just a horrible twist of fate. Everyone that could get time off attended Ray's funeral. We all wanted to be there for his family as best as we could, to assure them that their husband and father was one of the sweetest guys we had ever known. Ray was the first cast member to die in the park in over 10 years, and a little memorial was put up backstage for him so that we could all remember him at his best, with a smile on his face, instead of scared and broken. Rest in peace, Raymond Barlow. We love you, and we miss you every single day. This happened to my mom in the 80s when she was younger and still dating who would eventually be my dad. When they were still young adults and dating, my father used to go with my mother's family to their beach apartment. When I was a child myself, I used to love that place and never felt anything other than happy and comfortable there. My mom, however, had two very weird and uneasy experiences that she has given me permission to share. The first one happened when she and her sister, my aunt, were asleep in one of the bedrooms. They were in their 20s. One thing to mention is that the door to that bedroom didn't open in a conventional way. It was a heavy wood sliding door, which also had to be opened with some force because it was very old. It made a loud noise whenever someone opened or closed it, so it was basically impossible not to notice if it was moved. This one night, it was around 2 a.m., and my mom was sleeping in her room. My dad was asleep in the guest room close to my mother's. He always snored very loudly, so that was usually the way to confirm he was fast asleep. My mom tells me that she was suddenly awoken by a weird sensation of being watched. She opened her eyes and couldn't see anything at first. Then, she focused on someone else's eyes, staring right at her from the opposite side of the room. Not my aunt's, but her then boyfriend's eyes. My father. He was standing in front of the sliding door in his pajamas, just glaring at her. She said she felt suddenly very cold, like a jolt of adrenaline released by a bizarre or dangerous situation. She had never seen or experienced something like this from him. Her first instinct was to ask my aunt, who was technically asleep next to her, if she was seeing what she was seeing, without specifying what it was. My aunt was awake then and answered, "Yes, I see him." My mom, sensing something odd, called out to my dad, asking him what he was doing. My father didn't answer. He just kept glaring. My mom recalls feeling very weird, since the bedroom was pitch black and she could still see him perfectly. That was when she fell silent and heard my father snoring loudly in the other room. The person standing in the doorway turned away as if to open the door and disappeared into the absolute darkness. My mom and aunt were paralyzed for a few moments, then quickly got up and went into the other room to check if my dad was playing a weird, unprecedented prank on them. They saw that he had clearly been sleeping for hours, snoring away in his bed. My mom and aunt went back to back, but they could not fall asleep. The next day, my dad swore up and down that he never woke up. He never played a prank on them or anything of the sort. My mom brushed it off and decided to let it go. A few months went by. The next summer, they both went back to that beach apartment, and something very similar happened again. This time, though, it was mid-afternoon, and they were both in the living room area. My grandparents' apartment used to have an open living room, with a low cabinet dividing it from the kitchen. You could essentially see into both rooms, as they were something like an open concept. The kitchen sink faced the opposite side of the apartment door, and it had a mirror right in front of it. One afternoon after lunch, my mom was doing the dishes and my grandparents were out. Through the mirror, she saw my dad lie down on the sofa behind her and announced that he was going to take a nap. The door to the apartment was open, as usual. Back then, my grandparents used to leave it open for neighbors in the summer breeze, as it was a very safe coastal town. My mom was very chill, just minding her business and washing dishes, when she suddenly saw what seemed to be my dad standing in the open door, behind her. She watched through the mirror as the figure just stared at her with a blank expression, like that very frightening last time. She stopped what she was doing and asked him why he was staring at her. The figure did not answer. It was then that she decided to check the couch. Through the reflection, she managed to see my actual father's legs stretched out on the couch. He was fast asleep, just like last time. My mom was horrified and turned around immediately, thinking she was going to face a stranger getting into her house. She saw nothing, and no one. She left the kitchen and ran to the door, checking the corridor. Nothing. My dad was sleeping on the couch, completely unaware of my mother's haunting. Again, she woke him up and told him about the strange situation, but they both had no answers as to what it could possibly be. My mom recalls feeling uneasy and chilled to the bone during these sightings, like she wasn't supposed to be seeing what she saw. To this day, she believes it was some sort of astral projection, or some kind of out-of-body experience of my father's, since my aunt actually saw the same thing at the same time the first night. I still don't know what to make of this. Maybe she imagined it both times, or something. Since she is not a person that usually makes up weird things, I believe her when she tells me what she saw. I don't know what to believe, but it's definitely a bizarre situation. that I would love to never experience myself. I should start this story by saying that I'm not one who scares easily. I'm a blue-collar dude who's been an outdoorsman my entire life. I was born a fighter and know how to take care of myself. I digress. I grew up outside of Detroit in the 90s and early 2000s. As a pastime, I would go out to the abandoned buildings in the city. We'd go explore and cause a little harmless trouble as teenagers are known to do. On a brisk late October night, I found myself sitting in my truck bored on a Friday night. I got the bright idea to go out to the city and explore some of the abandoned houses in the more shady areas of Detroit. In the past, I would always go with other people. Me being the moron I was at the time, I went alone, of course. I drove out to the shadiest neighborhood I knew of at the time and picked an abandoned house at random. I decided that I was going to park my truck about a block away and walk to the house as to not draw too much attention to myself. As I'm walking to the house, I saw the typical streets of Detroit characters. A couple of ladies of the night, dealers, and a more than normal amount of homeless guys. As I'm walking through that back alley to get to the back door, I hear faint noises of someone behind me. Not usual for this situation. I keep my hand on a good-sized hunting knife that I always carry, just in case I need to defend myself. Thankfully, I have never had to use it. I hear the gravel become louder and louder. I look behind me and see 3 people turning the corner onto the same alley I went down. So I did what anyone would do. I booked it as fast as I could and hopped a fence into a yard and hid in an overgrown bush. My heart thumping and breath sharply panting, I stay as quiet as I possibly could. I sit there concealed. I see the 3 guys walk no further than 5 feet away from me. I hear them say, "He can't be far. I know he jumped a fence." As they keep walking down the dark alley, I start to regain my composure. I think to myself, I came all the way here. I'm going into an abandoned house. I turn around and start my way towards the back door of the house. The houses have plywood all over the windows and doors. So, I pry open the wood from the bottom of the door and crawl into the house. Once I get inside, I see the typical things you see in an abandoned house. Spray-painted walls, trash, holes in the floor, etc. I make my way upstairs to the top floor to see what's up there. As I make my way from room to room, I hear a loud thud on the wall closest to the backyard. After which I hear, "I know you're in there." I hit the sprint through the hallway to the room across from the room I was in. I hear another thud and voices saying, "Come out here. You don't belong here." I freeze, trying to figure out what I'm going to do. As I'm racking my brain, I hear them say, "There's no way out. We're going to catch you." In a raspy smoker's voice. I then hear faint popping sounds coming from the first floor. Then I smell the unmistakable smell of smoke. It was then that I realized that I am in very deadly trouble. They lit the house on fire. I start running from room to room, losing my mind. I then think to myself, "Get it together. Your life literally depends on it right now." As the flames start traveling up the only stairwell, I start pushing on every board or window I could find. Not a single one of them would budge. At this point, I have never been so fearful in my entire life. It was just then that I remember the windows leading to the roof in the attic. I start frantically searching for the stairs that lead to the attic. By this time, the hallway is filled with black smoke, and flames start bursting the top of the stairs I came from. The flames licking the ceiling and quickly making their way to the end of the hallway. Finally, by the light of the flames, I find the way to the attic.
I pull the string to the hideaway stairs and run up them faster than I've ever ran before. I make my way to the window and kick out the glass. I make my way onto the roof and take the most refreshing breath I have ever taken in my life. However, I know I'm still not out of the woods yet. I frantically start looking for a soft place to land. The house being 3 stories, I knew that wasn't an option. In my head, I'm saying it's better than dying. Just then, I run past the peak of the roof to see the house next door is only a 10-foot gap to the other roof. I take about a 15-foot running start and jump to the other roof. Then I make my way towards the overgrown tree so I can climb down. I have never been more grateful to plant my feet on solid ground. It was at this moment I hear a voice say, "He's over here!" I take off, jumping fence after fence in the direction of my truck. I come out to the front yard, into the street, and run into 2 more guys who grab my shirt. I break their grip and start running. As my feet feel like I'm floating, I reach my truck. I put my hand in my pocket and grab my keys. Like a bad movie, my hands are trembling so badly, I dropped them. I bend down to grab them and look to my left and see 3 men no more than 15 feet away from me. I manage to get the key in the slot and unlock the door. I pull the door open and go to step into the truck. Then I feel a wet heat on the side of my head, and my ears start ringing. I turn the key in the ignition and start the truck. I take off with the door still open, and one of the guys hanging on to the bed of the truck. I mash the pedal to the floor, and swing my back end around to turn and look at the rearview mirror. Thankfully, the guy is no longer holding onto the truck and is now tumbling down the street. I close the door and start making my way to I-75 to go back home. Bloody head, coughing, and smelling like fire. I say out loud, "I'm never doing this again." I have been a long-time victim of sleep paralysis. I had my first experience as a young boy around 5 or 6 years old. There's something super unsettling about waking up and not being able to move any part of your body. You feel entirely and utterly vulnerable to everything. You have no way of defending yourself or calling for help. You're just a sitting duck, and anyone or anything can take advantage of it. For years, I would wake up in the middle of the night, unable to move a muscle to save my life. But I didn't have to yet, as I did not experience anything scary at that time, and all it took was for me to go back to sleep. As you might think, it wasn't that bothersome to me back then, and honestly, I didn't think much of it. Though, as I got older, the paralysis got more frequent and more intense. It only took a few years before I started hearing sounds and seeing shadows, as you hear often in stories of sleep paralysis experiences. But there is one that haunts me every day. I was about 15 years old, and it was a cold winter night. I loved staying warm under the sheets as the cold air entered my room through the crack in my window. The feeling of warmth in an otherwise cold environment is somehow soothing to me, and it helps me sleep. This night was no different. I was snuggled up under my blanket as I drifted into a comfortable sleep. It didn't feel like more than a few seconds before I opened my eyes again, after feeling the cold winter air on my skin. I managed to look down at my body, being unable to move anything but my eyes, only to see that my blanket had disappeared, and there was no warmth protecting me from the biting cold that entered the space. My body was shivering in this cold, but I could not feel it. I could not feel my body at all. As I was trying to figure out where my blanket had gone, my eyes looked around my room, scanning it slowly, only to spot a swift and fast movement from the corner of my eye. I quickly shifted my vision towards the window in the right corner of my room.
The window I had left open a crack for the cold air that now pierced through my skin. It was then that I spotted something that froze my body in yet another manner. A hand came from outside my window, grabbing the frame inside. It wasn't a human hand, or any hand I would be able to recognize. It was entirely black, from wrist to fingernails. Pointy, long, shadowy fingers were moving alongside the frame of my bedroom window, looking for the handle that would push it out of the lock so they could open the window entirely. Screaming internally, I desperately tried to move any part of my body, starting with the tip of my finger. Slowly, the hand reached the height of the handle, and the pointy black fingers curled around it and pulled it down. As the window slowly slipped out of the lock, making a creaking noise, the hand slowly pulled back outside the window, giving me a second to catch my breath, only to lose it entirely again when the window slammed open with such force, I thought it ripped the hinges right out of the wall. I started drowning in my fear as the arm I saw opening my window from the outside finally made its way into my bedroom. It grabbed my windowsill and slowly pulled its body through the window. I watched in horror as an impossibly skinny and fully black-colored humanly shaped creature emerged from the darkness outside and fell onto the floor outside of my vision. The figure was now inside my room, blocked from my sight by the right bottom corner of my bed. Everything went dead silent after the loud thump of its body hitting my wooden floor. The only sound that could make its way to my ears was the sound of my heart beating viciously through my chest as I stared at the corner of my room where it fell, without a single blink. Just as the silence started to feel comforting, and I asked myself if it was over, I could hear something dragging across the floor behind my bed. I closed my eyes and started begging for this nightmare to be over, all while hearing multiple unidentified sounds coming from all around my room. With my eyes closed, I kept trying to move my body, as this enables you to wake up from whatever state you might find yourself in during sleep paralysis. My efforts were interrupted by a million sharp, cracking sounds coming from the foot of my bed. Unable to keep me in the dark any longer, I slowly opened my eyes to face whatever made these sounds. My eyes slowly started to adjust to the pitch-black room, only illuminated by a shimmer of moonlight, able to peek through the thick winter clouds. Finally, the objects in my room started to stand out. I saw my light dangling from the ceiling, the closet in the corner of my room, the glass of water sitting on my nightstand, and the shadowy figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, taller than any person should be, and skinnier too. It was as if this creature's skin only covered the bones inside. His arms were way too long for the body. They reached what can only be called a knee, but looked more like a round ball poking out from under its thin skin. Practically crapping my pants, my eyes slowly ventured up the long body and retreated to the back of my skull as I glanced upon what can only be called a face. But it did not have eyes, a nose, or ears. No. All it had on that dark canvas that is supposed to be its head was a malevolent and deeply disturbing smile that was entirely disproportionate to the rest. I could not stop the horrific thoughts from flowing into my mind as my eyes hid behind my eyelids. I had to open my eyes and at least look at what it will do, instead of closing my eyes and subjecting myself completely. I opened my eyes, and just as the creature noticed it was looked upon, he bent his neck as if to lay his head on his shoulder, making a million sounds of cracking bones in the process. With every small movement, he made his bones seemingly break and splinter inside his body. I stared into where his eyes should be as he slowly stepped onto the bed and stood over me. He bent down slowly, more and more towards me. until my entire vision was only the sight of his psychotic smile. Slowly, the rows of teeth started to come apart, and what I can only describe as black glue tore apart as he opened his mouth wider and wider until it was big enough to fit my entire body inside. In only a split second, I went from being swallowed whole to screaming at the top of my lungs as I launched upright in my bed, drenched in sweat. Almost instinctively, I looked at my window, only to find it opened a crack just like I had left it before going to bed. Finally, it was over, and I could move again. I had woken up from the horrible nightmare I had been stuck in. I have never slept the same after that night. I still see the creature in my dreams, even a decade later. He has appeared in multiple instances, places, and houses, not just in this bedroom. It sucks being so tired all the time, but never feeling truly rested because, at any moment, he can enter my room again and swallow me whole. At one point a few years back, I ended up working in a small, privately owned restaurant. It was set on a small main drag in a tiny, historic community. The restaurant definitely stood out amongst the locals and tourists due to its multicultural food variety. The restaurant served everything from American cuisine to Indian, Thai, French, and Middle Eastern foods. The small restaurant was formerly a popular, privately owned Chinese restaurant and a local favorite. But unfortunately, the older man that owned and operated it passed away inside the restaurant one day. So suffice it to say that the local townsfolk didn't take too kindly to the foreign city woman that bustled in shortly after his death and purchased his restaurant. Not only was my former boss flaky and irresponsible, but she could also come off as quite curt and rude at times. So, she had a rough go at first obtaining the proper permits and whatnot in order to renovate the historic building. The thing is that when you do certain renovations in an old building like that, the local laws require you to then update a lot of other things that could be quite costly. So that meant that she decided to just use the staff that she had hired, which was us, to help her with most of the renovation work. Everything was going pretty smooth. You know, nothing out of the ordinary. That is until one overcast, drizzly day when we were all gathered in the dining area for a staff meeting. As we all sat there quietly, listening to the boss lady, something a little strange happened. The front entrance door to the restaurant suddenly opened to about halfway, and then carefully closed after a second, as though someone had simply stepped in. Of course, there was no one there as the door was almost entirely glass, and we would have seen a person on the other side. We all looked at one another confused, but we just chalked it up to the breeze since the back door was open, though there was a set of closed kitchen doors in between. The second odd thing to happen happened to another employee when she was there alone one night. According to her, just after she turned a corner passing a shelf with some tools on it, an empty cordless drill case went flying past her head. It barely missed her and smashed into the wall in front of her. She definitely seemed pretty put off when she told us about it in the kitchen the next day. Following that, random small things would happen here and there. Like our boss would ask us once in a while why one of us didn't come into her office when she had seen one of us walk by her open door. But we were usually puzzled by that, as none of us had ever walked past her office during that time. Besides that, we'd get the occasional strange sound, like a faint voice or a door opening or closing. Also, when I would be in the kitchen putting together some ingredients for a recipe, and I would have to walk away for a second to go grab another ingredient off the back shelf or something. But when I would return less than 15 seconds later, One of the ingredients I had set out prior to leaving the area would be gone. I would end up having to measure out and prepare the same ingredient again, annoyed. But I had no idea that it was about to get a whole lot more terrifying for me. The final thing to happen to me and my other coworkers was the worst experience I have ever had. That was paranormal, hands down. But in order to properly explain this part to you, I'm going to need to explain a couple things about restaurant kitchens. In a typical restaurant kitchen setup, you have a cook line, and the cook line is literally that. A line as in a skinny walking or standing space typically between the oven, fryers, and cooktop, with the prep surfaces and small fridges on the opposite side, leaving about a 3 to 4 foot walking aisle forming a cook line. Besides that, there's a dishwasher outside of that line, followed by the rest of what you'd expect to find in a restaurant kitchen. You know, like fridges and freezers, all on a large scale. You also got your giant hood fans above the cook area and a hot water heater. The reason why I'm pointing all of these out is because together, they all constantly make noise. Think like louder ambient background noise, constantly. So this one day, there are 3 of us working in the kitchen. Me, my boss, and another employee on the dishwasher. My boss and I were on the cook line, while the dishwasher was a few feet away from the cook line. We were all 3 working as normal, when all of a sudden, it got quiet. Think of when you don't realize you've been hearing a constant low sound until it suddenly stops, and then you notice the sudden change in the noise environment. Except for, it absolutely got dead silent. Almost like an invisible soundproof blanket got thrown over the 3 of us. As soon as I noticed it, I looked around at the other 2, and they also looked puzzled. "What the heck?" I questioned out loud. "Why is it so quiet all of a sudden?" I asked the dishwasher guy, suspiciously. "I don't know," my boss replied, drawing out her words nervously. She turned to face me, as I was standing directly behind her on the narrow cook line. "Nora, go make sure that the fridges and hood fans are still running. Maybe the power is out?" So I ventured the 10 or so feet to outside the cook line area, and weirdly enough, I could hear the hood fans and even the dishwasher, the hot water heater, and all the fridges and freezers running like normal. I went back to my boss, and with a confused look, I told her, "Everything's working fine." That was the first creepy part of that, but when I stepped back onto the cook line to tell my boss, all was silent again. "Well, Nora, get back to work grilling those peppers," she snapped, so I got back onto the cook line beside her. After a couple of minutes, though, I suddenly started to get tunnel vision and I felt really dizzy and nauseous. I told my boss, and she told me to go sit out back for a few minutes to get some fresh air, which I promptly did. As I was sitting outside trying to feel better, I could see my boss go into her office, which was kitty corner from the back door. Since the back door was open with just the screen door closed, I was able to hear her while she made a phone call. She sounded urgent and shaky as she asked the person on the other end of the line to please bring in an abalone shell, some sage, and some kind of weird oil. Now, the reason she needed those particular items was because, according to her, she had felt something walk through her on the cook line that wasn't good. The crappy part is that I was standing right behind her, inches away on that cook line. I waited for her to finish her phone call and return to the cook line before I went back in. By the time I got back in, everything sounded normal again on the cook line. When I got off my shift about an hour later, believe me when I say that I made the normally 45-minute drive home in just under 30 minutes. All night that night, I tossed and turned, unable to really sleep. But the few times I managed to slip into sleep, I kid you not, I got jolted right back awake because I would see a screaming demon-like thing right in front of my face. I was in my room listening to a scary video. One of those where you listen to scary voices that say creepy things, or eerie children laughing, or a creepy woman crying, or something like that. Don't ask me why I like to scare myself like that, but I do. There's something about that adrenaline rush that you get from being scared that I find super fun. The video I listened to was a Five Nights at Freddy's video, where the animatronics were talking in a creepy way and saying eerie things. Nothing more than that. I lie in my bed while I listened to it. Suddenly, the lights went out. That's odd, I thought to myself. I paused the video, getting scared. I brushed it off, thinking there was probably a natural explanation for it. I had to check the fuse box. I went out of my room and the whole house was dark. I pulled out my phone from my pocket and turned on the flashlight. I started to make my way towards the fuse box, but while doing so, I couldn't help but feel like someone was watching me. The entire house was engulfed in silence. I brushed the feeling off, reassuring myself that I was just scared. I got to the fuse box and flipped the switch. The lights came on, and I sighed, feeling relieved. The feeling of being watched disappeared, and I felt much better. I got back to my room and resumed the video. After about 1 minute, the lights went off again. What in the world is going on? I thought to myself. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight again and made my way back to the fuse box. This time I felt more scared than I did the first time. I opened the door to my room to find my house once again pitch black. It was nighttime, so there was absolutely no light coming from outside. I made my way cautiously towards the fuse box, feeling like someone was watching my every move. I suddenly got the feeling of someone standing right behind me, but when I checked, there was no one there. I looked around to see if I could spot something. There was nothing. I stopped to listen for a while, but I couldn't hear anything either. I got to the fuse box and flipped the switch again. The lights came back on. I stood still for a moment, listening. Nothing. Even though the lights came on, the feeling of being watched would not go away this time. I had an idea. I would put some tape over the switch. That way the power wouldn't go out again. I went downstairs and looked in the kitchen drawer for tape. To my luck, I found some. I went back up and taped the switch so it would stay in place. It made me feel a little better, but still, I couldn't quite manage to shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I got to my room again and sat on my bed. My room was just the way I had left it. Nothing suspicious. I listened for a little while longer. Nothing. I'm probably just scared, and that's why I keep imagining that I'm being watched, I told myself. I tried to calm myself down by saying that it was just my imagination. After all, it was impossible that someone was watching me. I live alone. No wife, no pets, and no kids. Just me. I moved out of my parents' house when I was 20 years old, and now I live in another town far away. That's the way I liked it. I liked being alone, focusing on myself and doing exactly what I wanted to do. I pressed play on the video again. I was still feeling a little on edge. There was a part of me that actually thought this was fun, but at the same time, the light incident freaked me out. I listened to the video for about 5 minutes when the lights went out again. The light went off for a third time. I paused the video and got really scared. This time I knew that someone had to be in the house. I grabbed a pair of scissors that was on my bedside table. I don't really know why I had scissors on my bedside table, but right now I thanked myself for it. I was going to use the scissors in case there was someone in my house. I pulled out my phone and switched on the flashlight once again, I slowly made my way to the door and listened. Nothing. I listened a little while longer. Still nothing. I opened the door quietly. Everything was dark. The only light came from my phone. I stood in the doorway with my guard up. I tightened my grip on the scissors and listened. Nothing. I looked around but couldn't see anything. I decided to check the fuse box again. Maybe the tape wasn't as strong as I had thought. I tried reassuring myself that the tape must have just fallen off on its own or something, but to no avail. I could not get rid of the feeling that someone was in my house. I made my way to the fuse box again, steadily with the scissors in one hand and my phone in the other. I looked around for the slightest movement, but found nothing. I had a gnawing feeling that someone was watching me, mocking me from the corner of my eye. I turned to look. Nothing there. I couldn't hear anything other than my heart pounding loud in my chest. I just knew that someone was in my house. I got to the fuse box to find that the tape was completely gone. I searched all around for it, but it was gone. That's when I heard it. The most awful sound I have ever heard in my life. A loud, screeching sound. I covered my ears, thinking that I was going to die. It stopped after 10 seconds. I stood still, listening. Nothing else. Nothing else happened. I was too scared to move. I stood holding the scissors and my phone, listening, waiting for something else to happen. I waited for what felt like an hour. I suddenly heard footsteps coming towards me in the dark, and a little girl's voice said, "Wanna play?" In January of 2008, a 911 dispatch center in Detroit, Michigan received a terrifying call from a cell phone somewhere in the city. But when the operator answers, asking what the caller's emergency is, it initially seemed like there was no one on the other end. But this is not a classic accidental case of butt dialing 911, as the horrified dispatcher began to hear something hideously unnerving coming from the other end of the line. "Let us go!" a female voice screamed. "Hello, is there anyone there?" the dispatcher asked frantically, but still, there is no direct reply. However, what she heard next made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. "So you're gonna kill us and then put us in the trunk?" "I'm not gonna put you in the trunk," a voice is heard to say. It's a gruff male voice, full of malice. "Then what about afterwards?" the female on the other end of the line is heard to ask. "There is no afterwards," comes the ominous reply. The dispatcher then heard the man mention something about going to prison forever, then something sexual, along with another garbled piece of speech that seemed to reference some kind of murder weapon. The dispatcher acted fast. Since the call was coming from a cell phone, the dispatcher was able to make a note of the longitude and latitude that the call was being received from, before passing the information along to their lieutenant. The coordinates showed it was coming from Pinewood Street, near Hoyt, in the city of Detroit. But suddenly, the phone call cuts out and the dispatcher feared the worst. Yet thankfully, just minutes later, another call came in from the same number, with the same girl crying in the background. Only this time, it came with a different set of coordinates. This happened over and over again, a repeating cycle of calls and hang-ups, until police were able to fix the cell phone at a stationary location, immediately sending units out to patrol nearby streets. "I'm not trying to sneak out," the same girl screamed in the background of yet another call. Don't hit me, please. I'm sorry. Just please don't hit me again." The dispatcher who received the call worked frantically to relay as many details as was possible to nearby units, listening intently for anything that could end up saving the girl's life. But all he could hear is a girl screaming over and over again, as if suffering through an ungodly amount of pain. Then suddenly, "Switch off the hazard lights!" The male on the other end of the line begins to roar. In a flash, the dispatcher relays the information to nearby police units, quickly telling them to look for a stationary vehicle with its hazard lights flashing. "Help us, please, help us!" The girl begins to scream, seeming like she can actually see police officers from wherever she is. A wave of relief washes over the dispatcher at the next thing he hears over his radio contact with the Detroit Police Department. "Unlock the car! Police officers! Unlock the car now!" They scream. "Show me your hands! Don't move! Do not move!" The girls are heard screaming. There is a brief scuffle as the kidnapper is put into cuffs, while the dispatcher listens the entire time. One of the girls had managed to call 911 while keeping her cell phone hidden in a pocket to hide the fact that she had attempted to contact emergency services. This is what helped guide the police onto their location, probably saving their lives. "We have this under control," an officer is then heard to say. "Thank you, dispatch." Then both the radios and the cell phone go quiet. East Point and Detroit police took the suspected predator, a man by the name of Derek Smith, immediately into custody. Smith had apparently only just gotten out of prison just a few months before, after serving a prison sentence for sexual assault. The two women that police found kidnapped in his vehicle were actually sisters, who said they had met Derek Smith that very same evening at a local nightclub, and it was down to the quick thinking of one of them, as well as the actions of the 911 dispatcher that received their call, that their torturous kidnap and assault was cut short before Smith had time to do any permanent injury. It's an ironic twist that today's seemingly intrusive surveillance technology is not used for society's detriment, and that the same technology that can be used to infringe on human rights can actually be used to preserve human life as well. Quite a few years ago, long before my haunted restaurant days, I did in-home care for the county that I lived in. That particular job entailed me traveling from one client's home to another, pretty much all day. I met the peeping Tom of this story at my second client's apartment that day. He was introduced to me by my client as the maintenance man for the apartment complex that she lived in. He would just do basic handyman fix-it duties in the tenants' apartments, as well as the yard work around the small complex. I say small complex because that apartment complex was only 2 stories tall, and only had about 20 or so apartments in it. On the day that the maintenance man and I were introduced, everything seemed fine and normal. No red flags, as of yet anyways. My client and I sat and talked with him over lunch, since she was a sweet person, and he had come over on short notice to fix her leaking faucet. He told us a little about his wife and kids, and how much they loved playing outdoors on his expansive property in their new side-by-side ATV. He even jokingly said that if I were ever near his neck of the woods, that I should stop by and meet his family, and take a ride side by side to tour his woodsy property with its beautiful views if I wanted. Fast forward to a few weeks later, when I needed to hire him at my new house to do some emergency plumbing, because my normal plumber was away on vacation at the time. My client agreed that he would be a great fit for the job, and plus he really needed the extra money, so she gave me his business card, and I called him up to schedule him for the next morning. He showed up on time and did the work, although I found it to be honestly a little bit janky, if I may say so. What he did worked. It was just that he didn't even bother to go get the right parts to make the plumbing permanent, so I ended up with sort of a long-term temporary fix. Everything was fine after he did the job. He left still showing no red flags or anything, until later that month. That is when he began calling me for really weird reasons. Like, he would just want to know if I was working with a client the next day, or whenever. He wanted to know that because according to him, he needed to do some work she had called him about, but he was unable to reach her on the phone. Weird, I thought, especially since I thought he had worked in her apartment complex almost every weekday. So why couldn't he just knock on her door or let the manager know? I brushed it off though, considering I had just moved into that house, and I had a lot of work to do on it still to make it more livable and comfortable. But soon enough, the calls came more and more frequently over the next couple of weeks, until I woke up with 17 voicemails from him one morning. Enough was enough with that, I decided, right then, and so when I went to work for that client the next day, I showed her all of his voicemails. She was absolutely appalled at seeing them all, and she immediately called the apartment's manager and informed them of the situation with the maintenance man and I. I would be lying if I said that it wasn't totally awkward after my client made that phone call, but unfortunately it was. At first, I was able to just simply ignore him and go on about my job duties as per usual, but I wouldn't be telling this story if that's all that happened, now would I? The calls began to really amp up, and eventually, they turned into incessant texts. Some of the texts were angry, and some were almost sexual in nature. They were all still nonetheless quite creepy indeed. To my great dismay, though, I thought I was beginning to hear strange noises outside of my isolated house some nights. At first, I figured that it was just some local wildlife, which we got a lot out in the country where I was. But since I happened to know a little bit of tracking, I got bored one late afternoon and decided to go out exploring and tracking a little. I was horrified to find several human, man-sized 13-inch outsole boot prints all around my house and field. I brought out my tape measure just to make sure, and sure enough, it looked as though someone had been traipsing around my house and outside my bedroom window. I just knew deep in my gut that it was all the strange sounds I had been hearing late at night outside. I went out to a local electronics store that very next day after I got off of work and purchased a motion-censored night vision camera for still pictures and a small night vision live camera for outside that I could view on my TV. At first, unfortunately, the game camera didn't really come up with any good pictures, except for some deer and a skunk. But one night, as I sat in front of my TV by myself, I decided to switch from the satellite dish to the live camera that I had placed outside a couple of days prior. I didn't see anything at all for the first few minutes, but that all quickly changed. I began to hear the faint and then familiar sounds of light footfalls outside. Then, to my absolute and complete and utter horror, I watched on my TV as a man in a dark hoodie walked right past my camera. I instantly froze, not knowing what to do. I didn't dare move a muscle or even breathe as I listened to him creep past outside my window. In my mind, my heartbeat must have been audible to him as he slipped past outside. I don't know why I didn't call the cops right then and there, but I figured he was probably already gone, since all had gone silent outside once again. It wasn't until about 2 weeks later when I returned home from work to find both my front security screen that I had locked standing open along with my previous locked front door that I was forced to call the police. They sent an officer out, but all he could really do was look at the footprints outside my bedroom window and make a report. Fortunately, the handyman was fired shortly after that due to unknown reasons to me, and all the weird activity outside my house at night stopped. If I learned even one thing from that whole scary experience, it was that you should always watch who you invite out to your house, especially if you're a single female. This story is 100% true, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about this terrifying experience. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I live in San Diego, and for those of you who don't know, there is a place there called Old Town. Old Town was a settlement from 1821 through 1872. It lost its dominant position downtown and became a tourist site. There is a lot to see, but one of the biggest attractions is the Whaley House. It is also known as one of the most haunted places in San Diego, and there were many tragedies and violent deaths in the house and in the courtyard. These are a few of the events that took place there. A man was hung in the courtyard. A young girl ran into a low-hanging clothesline and broke her neck. A woman ended her life by shooting herself in the head, and Thomas Whaley himself died in the home. Moving on to the story. It was around 2 a.m., and my friends and I decided that it would be a good idea to sneak into the back of the Whaley house and have a drink in the courtyard. In the courtyard, there are very tall hedges, but the bottom of the hedges has about a foot open, so you can see through them. While we were drinking, I had the brilliant idea to tell scary stories. At the beginning of our time there, nothing happened. We took a break from the stories and decided to shotgun some beers. All of a sudden, we heard what sounded like metal dragging across the brick pathway on the other side of the hedges. I looked through the open space and saw what looked to be men's shoes walking down the path with a sharp object. Then it disappeared behind a wall where the hedges ended. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, so I turned to my friends. Their faces showed me that they were in utter shock, eyes wide and their mouths slightly hanging open. I asked, "Did everyone else see that?" And everyone did a slow nod. We were all waiting to see if anyone came out of the other side of the wall. No one did, and the sound stopped. I once again looked at my friends and caught a glimpse of a silhouette out of the corner of my eye. I jerked my head in the direction of the shadow, and my friends turned to see what I was looking at. A chill went down my spine. Near a lamppost, there was a silhouette of a large man. I was unable to speak. Everyone was completely silent. All of us stared at the figure for what felt like an eternity. He started walking slowly toward us. I was paralyzed and in disbelief. He stepped into the light of another lamppost that was only about 10 feet away. He was a very large man dressed in olden-day clothes, holding what looked like to be a noose in one hand and a sword in the other. He let out a blood-curdling scream and yelled out, "Get out!" Right after he yelled, a huge gust of wind hit us, almost knocking us off our feet. We turned and ran as fast as we could, looking back to see if he was following us. He wasn't. He was just staring at us as we ran as fast as we could, head turned to the side with a huge smile on his face. We got to the car and practically jumped inside. I locked the door and turned to look into the back seat at my friends. My heart was racing, and it was hard to breathe. All of a sudden, one of my friends yelled, "Oh my gosh, turn on the car and go!" I turned around to start the car and saw the man speed walking towards us, a sword in one hand and a noose in the other. My friends were yelling, "Go, go, go!" I attempted to turn on the car, but my hands were shaking and I kept fumbling with the keys. I finally got the engine started. When I looked up, he was standing right in front of the car, holding up the noose and smiling. I put the car in reverse, slammed my foot on the gas pedal, and peeled out of there. While I was driving out of the dirt parking lot, I looked back, and the man was gone. The worst part is, I loved going to Old Town, but I don't think I'll be able to go back for a while, and I will never go there at night again. So right when I was fresh out of college, I managed to land myself a job with an engineering firm over in Pennsylvania. It kind of sucked having to move away from Rochester, New York, where all my friends and family were, but the salary this firm was offering was so sweet I just couldn't turn it down. So I went online and got looking for apartments just outside of Philly, eventually finding an advert from a guy who was looking for a roommate for his super swanky apartment. I mean, this place was really nice, and I could get why the guy would be looking for a roommate to split the rent with, especially since he seemed to be a younger dude who was probably in a similar position I was. However, I didn't have the time to drive down to actually look at the place or meet the guy in person, so I pretty much made all of the arrangements by phone, which maybe, now that I look back on it, was my first big mistake. So I move in with this guy, Daryl, who was super chill and pretty much spent all day playing 2K since he worked nights. I figured he must have had a pretty high-paying job, since he had this huge flat-screen TV, lots of expensive clothes, a nice car, the works. We didn't talk all that much since we were on such different schedules, but eventually, when I asked him exactly what it was that he did for a living, he gave some super vague answer about having some kind of accountancy job. And no matter how I pressed him for details, he always gave some wishy-washy answer until he got tired of the questions and changed the subject. Like a lot of you hearing this, I started to suspect that Daryl wasn't quite telling the truth about what he did for a living. Like, not once did I see him wearing anything like a shirt and tie. All his clothes were super upmarket, sure, but they were all super casual. He also had a lot of visitors in the evenings before he left for work, whatever it was. At first, I figured they were just friends of his, but there were a handful he didn't seem all that close with, and every time they stopped by to see him, at some point they would just scuttle off into Daryl's bedroom for a while, talking in hushed tones, before the visitor eventually left. I knew something was going on, but as embarrassing as it is, back then I was pretty naive, and besides that, I really didn't think it was any of my business. The last thing I wanted to do was upset my new roommate and piss away such a sweet living arrangement. So this one Saturday, I'm in the local 7-Eleven, just like a block away from the apartment, when this guy comes up to me as I'm looking at coffee and asks me if I'm the guy who lives with Daryl. Obviously, I answered, "Yeah, good to see you too, man." I didn't recognize the guy, but I figured he had visited the apartment one time, and I just couldn't quite remember his face. He's being friendly and whatnot, making small talk about this and that, before he asks if I know whether or not Daryl was home right then. I told him I didn't know, but that since it was like mid-afternoon that he probably was, since he worked nights, whatever that entailed. The guy's like, "Okay, cool, I might stop by and say hi," and all this stuff, then makes some excuse and leaves the store. I pick up a few things and head back to the apartment, half expecting to see the guy from the 7-Eleven when I walk through the door. Only he's not there. And when I tell Daryl about how I saw one of his buddies in the store, he has no idea what I'm talking about. Even when I describe the guy in quite vivid detail, he has absolutely zero clue who I'm referring to. He starts reeling off names, asking if it was Deshaun, or Robbie, or Angelo. And it's then I sort of realized that the guy hadn't given me a name at all. Which is weird, right? I mean, I thought it was. You think the dude would have been like, "Hey, tell him such and such said hi." Or at least something like that. I didn't really think anything of it at the time. but Daryl seemed just a little too freaked out by the encounter for my liking. And in the moments after I told him, he marches off into his bedroom and stays there for the rest of the evening, talking to someone. I'm guessing on the phone, in those same hushed tones that I was used to hearing. A few days after this, I'm walking back up towards the 7-Eleven to grab some milk for coffee when I see the same guy again, parked up at the side of the road. He calls out to me, greeting me and making chit-chat in that same warm way that he had before again asking if Daryl was home. This time I straight up lied to him, telling him that yeah, Daryl was home. Only this time, he was with a bunch of his friends playing 2K. He wasn't. He was actually out visiting family across the city. But there was something about this guy that I really, really didn't like. I quickly made an excuse, telling him that I had to go, and it was only then that this guy's demeanor started to change. He wasn't all smiles and laughs anymore. He just eyeballed me as I walked away. And he was still there when I walked back, just watching me as I walked towards our apartment. I should have seen it coming, and I feel like such an idiot for not knowing what I was headed for. But I guess hindsight is always 20/20. Because a couple of nights later, I'm just about to catch some sleep when Daryl finally comes home from work. He seems a little shaken and asks me if anyone had called the apartment that evening. I tell him no, it's been pretty quiet. But the answer does not satisfy him. He asks me if I've seen anyone at all, anyone hanging around the area that I didn't recognize. I had already told him about the second encounter I'd had with the 7-Eleven guy, and this time it had creeped him out even more. He asked if I had seen that same guy at any point that evening, and I told him no, that I hadn't seen him since that weekday evening. I turned the whole thing around and asked him what he was so nervous about, if anything had happened at work that evening, and he was his usual cagey self. He just retreated to his bedroom, where he apparently went straight to sleep, which is exactly what I did too. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to this loud banging on the front door of our apartment. I pretty much knew exactly what the deal was. Daryl had gone out to make a call, as he sometimes did at this time of night, and had left his keys in the apartment. This had happened a handful of times before, and I was honestly getting really sick of being woken up by it. I had suggested that he actually put his car keys and apartment keys on the same key ring, but no. Apparently that meant if he lost one set, he lost both, which maybe was quite a smart idea in the long run, but that's beside the point. So I'm all bleary-eyed, shuffling towards the front door in my underwear and a t-shirt, when he starts banging again. I'm all like, all right, I'm coming. Stop with the banging. Before I undo the deadbolt and open up the front door. I start saying something like, you really should just attach those keys, when I see it's not Daryl at all. In fact, I have no idea who the guy at the door is, because he's wearing a ski mask, and I have absolutely no time or will to ask him, or the other two guys he was with, because as soon as I open the door, he sticks a weapon in my face, and then frog marches me back inside the apartment before locking the door behind them. The ski mask guy makes me kneel on the floor in the TV room and whispers to me that if I shout or anything, he's going to blow my brains out. I was absolutely terrified. I mean, more scared than I've ever been in my life. I had these uncontrollable shakes, like I had trouble just holding my head up. It was more comfortable for me to just rest my chin against my chest and pray that it would all be over soon. This had a dual purpose too, because the last thing I saw before I did so, and shut my eyes tight, was one of the guys placing an empty plastic bottle over the muzzle of his weapon. Naive over some things I was, yes, but I knew enough to know that this was some kind of ad hoc way to silence a shot. I didn't want to see what happened next, and I'm glad I didn't, because they burst into Daryl's room. and I heard the pop of that pistol as they shot him. I thought he was dead for a few minutes. I was convinced they had just straight up executed him, right there in his bed. That was until they dragged him out of the bedroom, bleeding and cursing, and threw him down on the TV floor, a few meters away from me. The one guy kept his weapon to the back of my head while they pretty much tortured Daryl, right there in the TV room. One guy stomped on the bullet wound he had, leaning onto it with his sneaker, while the other forced his face into a couch cushion to muffle the screams. I mean, it was all obviously horrible what they were doing, and that was disturbing enough. But what really got to me was how they seemed to enjoy the whole thing, how they seemed to take an immense amount of personal pleasure in causing us both as much pain and distress as was physically possible. It was like hearing Daryl's cries of pain was the funniest joke they had ever heard. How the sight of his blood was the most fascinating, satisfying thing they had ever seen. And it was then that it all came out. Like I said, you might have guessed what the deal was by now, but I pretty much had no idea back then. I was just young and dumb. Daryl was a dealer, and this was a robbery. So they beat the heck out of him until he finally spoke up and told them where he kept the money and his stash. But I mean, for a while there, I thought they might have gotten the wrong place. Daryl flat out denied knowing what they were talking about and insisted they had gotten the wrong place and how there was nothing to find here. But in the end, he broke and told them. They then took to clearing him out. And from what he told me after he had been discharged from the hospital for a fairly superficial gunshot wound to the shoulder, they had taken him for about $20,000 plus. I had to cover Daryl's rent for a few months until he was well enough to get himself a real job. Turns out he was an actual college graduate with a business degree and was dealing in college to make a little money. When he graduated, the money came too easy that he just didn't bother to get a legit job. He wasn't a gangster. He just didn't have that kind of personality, which I suppose is what made him the perfect prey for the actual criminals that broke in that night. We got over what happened eventually, but obviously Daryl still has this big old scar on his shoulder, a reminder of one of the worst nights of our lives, one that will always be with us, no matter where we go, or what we do, or who we become.